7 minutes. That's 7 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We have Pickin' and Cheerin'. She's here, and I believe flying solo today. Yes, and she says, I got this. Don't worry about it. I'm a cheerleader, and I know how to work through adversity. She is your intern today, screening you up at 866-WE-BE-BIG. So if you're headed to the golden ticket seats today, drive safely. She will be your intern that welcomes you. Also welcoming you will be Big Boy. He's out in the breezeway, set up, ready to go, out in the humidity, sweating just slightly, but he'll make it. So thank you for being with the Rick and Bubba Show today. We got a lot to discuss today. We have Scott Garowski. He's going to be stopping by today. We're going to see what's on his mind, which I'm sure will be awesome. And we have Olympic reporter Chris Wood with another Olympic update. And I know there's a lot to update in the Olympics that are happening right now in Tokyo. Eddie Van Adler, he's here. Oh, let's not forget, too, the Bible study live today at noon Central, and the Willamette could spin. So we got Chris Adler. He's here. Eddie Van Adler, he has got YouTube live in HD. I am Speedy. Over there is Greg, and there is Helmsy. That is the Good Time Gang, and we're live. Welcome in, everybody. How are y'all? Everybody good? Everybody focused? Ready for another day?
Sure. I am.
Kinda?
Fired up.
Slightly?
Yeah.
Kinda, slightly? Sorta?
Well, I'm bothered this morning because, see, normally I'd go, you know what, Speedy, I am chomping at the bit to get this day started.
Okay.
And I found out yesterday that's wrong. It's not chomping at the bit. It's champing at the bit. And we've said it wrong this whole time.
I've never said champing.
I've never heard it either.
You sure about that?
Yeah. I looked it up, Greg. I was watching a show yesterday, and there was this.
I've never said champing.
I didn't even know it was the
I don't
proper
know what
thing.
that is.
So it's just an A instead of an O, champing. So here's the deal. So I was watching a television show yesterday. It was just a little sitcom series thing, and there was some little good on there that he was correcting everybody's the English and the pronoun use and all these different things with the English language. And
champing at the bit.
Somebody said, I'm chomping at the bit, and he goes, well, first of all, it's champing. And they got in this argument about it.
What is the definition of champing at the bit?
Well, if you look up, so then I thought, well, that guy's wrong. You know, that can't be it.
Yeah.
And so,
just because he said it don't make it right.
I just did champing at the bit, and it comes up as waiting in an impatient way to do something. We all been champing at the bit to get started on the project. The team was chomping at the bit for their chance to play the defending champions. And then it goes up, when you go in and look at it, it says that champing at the bit was what people said a long time ago, and chomping at the bit, we just started saying it.
But definition of champing at the bit, what is it? Where's the origin?
I don't know what the definition is. I'm eager to do something.
But my origin was like, we were always told when you think of bit, you think of a horse. Mm-hmm. And I thought that maybe when they get anxious, they start chomping on the bit.
Champing.
I thought that's what, you know what I'm saying? It has to, I mean, somebody didn't just go, well, let's call being anxious chomping at the bit, champing at the bit. There has to be an origin.
Mm-hmm.
What is it referring to?
I don't know. Where's our book of idioms?
Greg,
because we've always been told that. I'm sorry. I thought you actually researched it since you brought it up.
I just said that's what it says. It says it's champing at the bit.
Yeah, I'm just
can be both.
But even chomping, I was wondering. I always assume like when you talk about when somebody chokes, they spit the bit. You ever heard of that? Mm-hmm. He spit the bit. Like like they talk about a horse. When you can't control it, they'll get the bit in front of their teeth, so you can't control them. I figured that's where that came from. But anyway,
could there be both?
No, that's what I said.
Yeah.
We've
you
used it
either
both,
way,
but it was champing, and evidently we've turned it into chomping. Now I don't know where that came from.
Right.
I'm sure
and we've landed there.
Yeah, and I'm still going to say chomping at the bit.
Yeah,
to me that makes more sense.
Right, for sure.
But champing, there it is, Greg.
Can't say.
I don't think that gives you the what you're wanting.
It's the Webster's champ at the bit. That's what's on YouTube right now. If you're checking us out there, if not, I
heard the guy correct it.
Read it. It tells you right there. Just read it.
I can't say it. I can't read it.
Yeah, he doesn't have his glasses in, which is hilarious.
Do you want me to read it, or can you see it?
It does
the
refer
bit
to
into a toothless ridge of the horse's mouth, so the horse can never really bite the bit.
Mm-hmm.
Blah, blah, something about it. I don't know. It's something to do with a horse.
When a horse repeatedly bites at that bit, it's called champing.
Not chomping.
Yeah,
so he's anxious. He's biting at the thing. Okay, I get it.
You would say
we had the right definition. It's just we were saying the word wrong.
Right.
when when a horse repeatedly bites at the bit, they champ, is what it says, which is the weirdest crap I've ever heard.
Yeah, it's so strange.
That's why I'm bringing it
That
up,
is
guys.
bizarre.
Don't be mad at me.
Let me just,
Don't be mad at me, Greg.
Let me just say this. You've educated me today.
Well,
I had no idea.
and
Now,
I
I
doubt-
had no idea we'd be discussing this either, this is why I love
and
this
I highly
show.
doubt I will ever say champing at the bit.
Right. Because you know
Okay.
why? People are going to look at you and go, huh?
I know.
And you have to argue about it all the time.
There
okay.
It is.
Well, there it is.
So we've just said it
And what
wrong
were you
this whole
watching
time.
again?
I'm embarrassed to say.
What is it? Because I just got to know.
I want Mythic Quest.
Oh, Apple Plus.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a video game IT company, and a bunch
Uh-huh.
of good ones are running it, and I think it's funny.
Okay.
So
I have
that's,
seen that trailer
most
so many
people
times.
that listen to this show will not like that show at all. Okay.
And you said I'm in.
Well, I ran out. I watched the Mosquito Coast, and I liked it.
Yeah.
And I thought there's got to be something else on here before I cancel Apple Plus for a while,
right.
because I'd seen for all mankind.
Yeah.
Seen both of those episodes, and I thought, what is this Mythic Quest? And
I have not dove into that. I have seen that trailer so many times, Helmsy, and I just like
it's
this
just a
looks too
comedy
weird.
series about not as good, okay, but think Parks and Rec or The Office, but it's a gaming company. Like just a bunch of nerds,
right.
geek IT people that run a company together, and not the best language in it.
Yeah.
But it's
So you're champing at the bit to watch it again today, huh?
well,
Don't
it
sound right.
I know
I'm
it
going
does.
it
back-
doesn't. That's what I'm
going
saying.
back to those.
I don't
Yeah.
think I'll ever say champing at the bit.
Let's all
I just
declare
won't.
right now that we won't say that anymore. I just had to see what it sounded like for me to say it, and I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all. But I've learned something this segment.
I'm open to learning new things.
Yeah, I just had no idea. We'll take a break. We'll come back 15 minutes past the hour. We got a lot to jump into. Plus your calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG, picking and cheering your intern today. A lot happening. Garowski will be stopping by and see what is on his mind. We've got an Olympic update with Chris Wood, our Olympic reporter, and a whole lot more. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes past the hours, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big, our number. Picking and cheering your intern today. She's on the phones. If you want to join in on the conversation, you help produce this hour. You can most certainly do so. 866 We Be Big, the number. A couple of things not to forget. The Willamette could spin this in today's show, so be looking for that. And today's Bible study live today, noon Central, with Rick. And so you want to make sure that you've got that on your calendar as well. Garowski will be stopping by today. We'll have an Olympic update from Rick and Bubba Olympic reporter Chris Wood and a whole lot more, plus your phone calls, as I mentioned. And speaking of the Olympics, I understand where they say, and I'm not laughing, but the COVID numbers in Tokyo and the Olympics, I think it's up, what they say, 1,000%. It's like some unbelievable number.
Oh, I don't know.
And so everybody's continuing to freak out there in Tokyo. And they, it's weird with no fans able to attend. Now I saw where the Australian swimmer won again last night.
Titmus.
The coach went nuts, but not quite as nuts. He went down and he grabbed the rail again. I thought, well, here he goes, and he culled himself just slightly, but he did run the steps some.
Yeah.
He's a very excitable guy.
I just was imagining a full arena just of people going crazy, a full gym, whatever they swim in, but just seats full, people
Aquatic
screaming.
center.
Yeah, thank you. Really that's not there. I did see, and Helmsy, I knew, and Greg, you too, I knew this was bothering y'all a little bit, that, during the show when it's live in the mornings, the Olympics are live. And so a lot of times we get news reports and see things that are happening that are going to be replayed at dinner time for America. And we knew kind of what was going to happen with gymnastics. So I didn't really tune over because I knew what was going to happen. You know what I mean? Did y'all find
I
yourself
did, because
doing
I
that?
wanted more details. We had heard all day Simone Biles, but I wanted to watch it unfold and see how it unfolded and see what led her to make the decision to pull out. And Amanda was excited about that too, so because we had talked about it kind of together, and then we sat down and watched it last night. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend to know that I know what's going on in Simone Biles' mind. That'd be ridiculous. I'm not going to call her. It would be easy for me to sit here and call her a quitter, okay? But I'm not going. I'm not going to do that either. As much as I'd like to, okay. But I will say this: it doesn't look good, and I do think she was smart by pulling out of the individual stuff too. Because if she goes and wins a couple golds after she's done that to her team, that makes it even look worse. Don't like that she's getting guidance from Naomi Osaka, the tennis player. I think somebody's gave her some bad advice to talk to her. And it was interesting last night to watch it unfold, because you had the vault she owns. That is her. I mean, that's the one that because she's so powerful. And she got lost in the air, and I guess you get so high up there, she got lost, and that never happens to her, and it freaked her out. And
even the preliminaries are vaulting by her standards.
And what comes up next after the vault is the one thing she hates the most, and that's the uneven bars. She's talked about that. If she could get rid of something, that would be it. And I think between getting lost in the air, already having these mental things going on, and on top of, hey, I've got the uneven bars next, she was embarrassed with the way she did the vault. Had to be. You're the best in the world, and that's what you did. And so it was a perfect storm of things happening. Now, I will say this, and can y'all, a lot of people don't know this, and I didn't until I watched the documentary. Do y'all know who has the second most gold medals in men, or medals for the men's side ever? Michael Phelps is number one. Do you know who number two is?
I don't.
Carl Lewis.
It's Ryan Lochte. Why we don't know that is because in Rio, he rewrote his legacy with a bad 3-minute decision. He lied about being mugged, and turned out he was there destroying property and stealing and these things. And he wasn't able to rewrite that ship. He tried. He tried to compete this year, and he didn't make it. Well, unfortunately, for most Americans, not necessarily me and not necessarily this show, but for a lot of Americans out there, she changed her legacy yesterday with that decision. And I guarantee you there's a side of her that regrets doing it, even now. I think she will later on, but even right now, I think she's going, wow, I shouldn't have done that. I should have just persevered through.
Well, we've seen it in other sports. People at the top of their game, and they just lose their grip.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I'm like you. My immediate reaction, because of the generation I was raised in,
That's
is
me.
you're the best in the world. Get out there and do your job. Okay, and maybe that's I'm not going to go there.
Yeah.
A little bit, but we treat things better now than we did then. I mean, look, I get it, and that's the thing. Look, if you go in there and you're not focused, you can get hurt.
Yeah.
You can get hurt bad if you're doing what they do if you're not on top of it. But I'm just saying, I don't know. I go back and forth on it.
Yeah, I agree with that. And it goes back to, and we've talked about this all off air, not on, but it goes back to an interview I saw with her talking about the Olympics and talking about the fact that she's getting older now, and now she wakes up and she's sore the next morning, and when she goes for workout, she's like trying to get loose to go do it. And before she does a stunt, she starts thinking about what could go wrong instead of just being fearless and going to do it. And that was a sign of going, oh wait, that's where your mind is.
And made the statement that I feel like the way of the world's on my shoulders.
Right. So you add all that together. Now, what didn't sound good, and even I think Greg, you and Bubba were both in here after the show. They released video and audio of the press conference after. Then the team was sitting there taking questions, and somebody asked them about it. And she talked about, hey, I just felt like it was best for the team. The girls could handle it, blah, 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 blah. But she ended it with, I just needed to do what was best for me. And whenever you're in a team sport, it just didn't sound good.
No, it didn't sit well.
To go,
No.
So you're thinking more about you than the team. And so I think that's where a lot of people, it's rubbing them wrong. Not criticizing her. I don't know where she is for her mental state. I've never met her. I don't know where she is. It just didn't sound good.
Well, and it didn't look
for her
good
to
either.
bow out of the individuals was probably the only decision she could make.
I agree with that.
Because if she would have bowed out of team and done individuals, everybody would have criticized her for being selfish.
Yeah.
Well,
and rightly so.
Yeah.
By the way.
And also obviously each individual is different.
Yeah.
But in some cases, I've trained from the time I was 5 years old. My whole life has been this to this point. Sometimes that's not very healthy for your mental health either.
Yeah, no.
Some
I
people
agree.
thrive in it,
Yeah.
but then some people, that's just a lot of pressure and a lot of
It looked
physically and mentally.
It looked strange yesterday as it was unfolding because she had the vault. She runs by her teammates and she leaves. She just leaves. She goes in the back. And I almost wonder if somebody said, you better get your butt back out there with your teammates. Like, this looks really bad right now. The fact that you're done,
Right.
It's going to look even worse that you're not even out here. You're not physically hurt. You can't. It's not like we're going to X-ray an ankle. Like you need to get back out there. And then all of a sudden she came back out there. And I'll give you this: Jordan Childs, who stepped in for her, I didn't know who was going to do it, but by the way, she was named after Michael Jordan, I believe. I saw that in the documentary. She had 30 seconds to warm up, and then owned the uneven bars. I didn't get to see what she did after that, but great job out of her to be put in that kind of situation and own it.
Yeah, and when Biles ran off, to your point, I guess that's where, because reporting now is so bad, where the misinformation, hey, she's injured, because I guess when she left, everybody thought, man, she hurt herself.
Yeah.
But then when she came back out, it was like, wait a minute, no, she's not hurt. It's more of a mental issue.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen anything like that at the Olympics.
No, you're about the best in the world.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, withdrawals without injury.
Yeah.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes till top of the hour. It is the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. rickandbubba.com, the website to go and really find out everything Rick and Bubba. If it's from the store where we have new merchandise, check that out by clicking on store. Upcoming events, we'll let you know where the staff's going to be. Also, don't forget contest. Every now and then, just kind of go on over to contest and see what's going on. And right now, you've got a chance to win a VIP experience at the World Games 2022. World Games are going to be in Birmingham, Alabama, Central Alabama, in 2022, July 7th through 17th. And the opening ceremonies is going to be a big one. And you can have a VIP experience, a meet and greet with Sarah Evans and Randy Owen as well. So go and check that out in contest at rickandbubba.com. Register so you get your name and information in there, and then we'll be drawing that pretty soon. Willamette could spend today, Bible study live today, noon Central. Garowski will be on the show today, Olympic reporter Chris Wood, and a whole lot more. We've been discussing, speaking of the Olympics, we've been discussing that and some activities that have happened over the last 24 hours. I understand. I think golf is about to crank up, which is
Keep
weird.
forgetting it's a part of it.
Yeah. I think this is it started in 16.
Yeah.
And so, but to your point, I was flipping through, and it just so happens that on my setup, the Olympic channel is right beside the golf channel.
Okay.
And so the golf channel has been covering. They've been
NBC owns,
live in
that.
Tokyo the entire time, and watching the guys. Hit around, and they're on the driving range and they're putting, and all
I
this
bet they're
kind of stuff.
champing at the bit to get out there on the golf course.
I bet you they are
That
too.
ain't sound
If
right.
you missed,
Does it?
if you missed the first segment of this hour, go back and check that out, and you'll know why he said champing instead of chomping.
Turns
a
out we've
discussion.
been saying it wrong this whole time.
Yeah. So I know we all have our weaknesses when it comes to eating.
I've got weaknesses in a lot of things.
Sure, but when it comes to eating, and we're talking about food or candy or snacks, whatever. Some people do not, and I know like Rick has even talked about it, when it comes to sweets, that's not really my weakness. You give me some good old Southern cooking with cornbread and all this kind of, I'm in.
Gets vulgar.
It can get vulgar. National Milk Chocolate Day. National Milk
like good
Chocolate
milk chocolate.
Day. I cannot imagine. Terry's brother has been a truck driver for quite some time, and when he had a run there for about a year where he delivered milk chocolate, and I asked him, I was like, "What was that like?" He goes, "Well, I'll
Big
tell you what,
tank of
it
chocolate.
smelled good." He would have this big tank, and it was like
Full of chocolate.
one of these big tank 18-wheelers, and it looks like they're hauling gas or something. No, it was milk chocolate is what it was. And he said they had to like dividers in it because when you stop, you don't want to push you through the intersection. But he said that was quite the little job.
Precious cargo.
Yeah. But I saw too because if you don't watch me, I'll be over on the Smithsonian Channel in a heartbeat. And they had this show where they go into these different factories. It's almost kind of like a how it's made, but it was inside the food factory or something like that. I probably have the title wrong, but it was about milk chocolate. And the guy was like, it smells so. How do you come to work and smell this all day? But National Milk Chocolate Day. Do y'all have a weakness for sweets, or is it? Are you, Greg? Are you more like Rick, or?
I do. I'm not. It's not like a big problem, but I do like. If I'm going chocolate, I do like milk chocolate. I like just a Cadbury milk chocolate bar. Man,
We
I like that.
See, it is sweets. That's where I go.
That's your killer. I've seen you go down that rabbit hole.
I mean, I'm head for if it was a
Now, I
swimming
like
pool,
them.
I'm jumping in off the diving board.
They're not my worst one, but now I've seen you. One day you look like a madman.
Yeah,
I mean, you came by me, you were just stuffing like all
Well-
kinds of pastries.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
wow.
and that's my problem. I if it's not in the house, I'm fine. I don't even think about it.
Right. Yeah.
But if I see it out, it gets ugly. And
And if
Amanda,
I get off in it, I go, I need more.
well, and Amanda asked me. This is y'all are going to think you really didn't eat that many. I did. She actually sent me a text. I can show you Monday. She goes, "Hey, we need to really keep each other accountable on the whole eating better thing." And I said, "Honey, I'm fine with that. Like, I'll eat fish and salad every single night. My problem is not your cooking or my desire to have it, but if it's laying around, it's not going to be laying around there. Like, this stuff can't be in our house." And she made some chocolate chip cookies.
Oh.
Oh yeah, those are good.
Oh, and it was that I like them when they come out. And it's the only thing I liked a little soft. Most everything else I like cooked well.
Right.
But these I want them a little soft. And I seriously, I don't even want to tell you how many I put on a plate and devoured them.
Really?
8.
They're 8.
Like they're like this big. I had 8 of them.
Yeah, that's a lot.
8 guys, and 2 glasses of milk. And I told Amanda, I said, see. I said, if this was not in the house, I wouldn't have even bothered by it.
Yeah.
I'd have just went to bed. I'd
Yeah,
have
you
had
wouldn't have
had me a
got
couple of sips of water and moved on.
Right.
I mean,
because it's here.
Because it's here, I can smell it. I'm sorry. I'm
Good old
gonna
milk.
partake.
Yeah.
And boy, did I ever.
Terry has
I've
got.
done that. You just
Terry,
can't stop.
Terry has not 1, not
8 of
2, but 3 cookie jars that are glass cookie jars that sit on the counter. And so every time you go by the counter, you just see the cookie jars, and it's like they're from inside the cookie jars. Like, we're in here. Come see me. I have to go, and I'm like, man, there's chocolate chip. There's some Oreos. And I looked at her the other day, and I'm like, what are you doing? And the toughest part is when you have teenagers or kids or whatever, and you have some fun snack foods for them that daddy don't get off in them, But it's tough here, too. And we've talked about it, the little kitchen here where where we all go and sometimes just jump off in it. I brought donuts and all this kind of stuff. My problem is if I start, and that's sometimes why you see me not even go there and I just keep walking by. If I start, I'll sit down and eat 5 donuts in a second.
Oh yeah, donuts.
It's just like
For some reason, I have more
fresh.
willpower here than I do at home.
Yeah.
And I don't know what it is. And I think I play games with myself. Like the people brought all that stuff yesterday, and I'm sure it's
good.
delicious.
Yeah,
but
it's
you know what I told
is.
myself?
Yeah.
That's not any good.
It's real light.
I kept telling myself playing games so I would not get into it.
Right.
But at home, I know those chocolate chip cookies are good.
Yeah.
I just saw you pull them out of the oven, and they're soft, and they're exactly the way I like them.
Yeah.
So that's undefeated.
Yeah.
But like yesterday, I can act like they were trying to poison me or something.
Right.
So
you didn't have I didn't go off.
no, I
in it.
didn't. I see. I have better willpower here when it comes to food because of that. I can
Right.
talk to myself in a different way. I can't lie to myself at home because
No.
I know what those taste like.
Right.
Dadgummit.
Well, it is National Milk Chocolate Day if y'all want to get off in there.
Well, I had enough yesterday to last me a
okay.
couple weeks.
Yeah. Well, doing that remote over at the Crumble Cookies was tough for me.
That was another
I
thing,
thought
too.
I fared pretty good.
Caroline had a friend over last night, and they went to Crumble Cookie because there was a box. It looked, they do the boxes almost like donuts do. They're that big.
I see people walking by with them on.
And so I see one of those laying on, and I'm thinking,
I say, ooh, crumble.
when I go, it's I've watched another episode of Mythic Quest, and I go in the kitchen to get me another glass of milk and add 4 more cookies because I've already had 4. I'm thinking, well, there's no way that there's any left with a friend over. By the time you get the friend and now Braden and Maddie, there's no way there's any cookies left.
No way.
But I didn't realize they went to Crumble Cookie. So that's what they had been eating. So there were plenty of chocolate chip cookies left.
Oh my goodness.
And I couldn't resist.
Good stuff.
Could not resist.
So every now and then we have cheat days where we go, all right, we're celebrating today, and it's a cheat day. Did y'all see this one? A woman has celebrated her 50th wedding anniversary. You want to know how?
How?
Not by eating, but by drinking. She drank a 50-year-old Coors. South Dakota
Wait a
woman
minute.
is keeping her promise
It was 50 years.
to her deceased husband
Gross.
and drinking a 50-year-old Coors beer.
Did they
Beer
keep
doesn't
that
set up
long?
like that.
They
does it?
said that they
think-
would
I don't
drink
think
on
you
their
can do that.
50th anniversary, and she
I don't know.
decided.
Greg, that's your
Talk
territory.
Talk about bitter beer face.
Yeah. She drank a 50-year-old.
A little flat.
I didn't know that
I'm
it
not
would
sure
hold
about
up
that.
like.
I don't think.
I don't
surely
know
it
about
does.
this.
50 years.
Here she is. Just take a listen.
You couldn't buy Coors any place but Colorado. We pulled out this little can and said, we'll have this on our 50th anniversary. It always just got packed up and went along, and we just never really thought about it. We sat down, we talked a while about Dad and about our marriage, and then we got out the Coors. I was very surprised. I thought it would be full of crap, and it wasn't.
Wow.
Wow, held in there.
Yeah, held in there. 50-year-old
Good
Coors.
night.
Huh.
Yeah, she's right. You used to couldn't get Coors east of the Mississippi. That's what Smoking Bandit whole movie's about. It was bootlegging if you brought it in. I don't know why, but that. And she said you can only get it in Colorado. Is that what she said?
Yeah.
50 years ago.
50 years.
Yeah. How about that?
So
That
there it is.
can't. I don't know.
Oh, you're not believing it, huh?
Well, no.
I know
But to
you
her
won't.
point, she said, I thought it was just.
I know you
it was
want
gonna overpower the
scotch and all
awful.
that to age because it's better
Yeah,
or whatever.
right.
Beers in that
But
category.
I don't either. I've never heard anybody say, "Hey, let's put that Budweiser back on the shelf and we'll deal with it in 2030."
Yeah, this is a 19
nobody's ever done that.
This is a 1973 Budweiser.
Yeah.
You've never heard that. I don't know.
I had a unique way of celebrating there.
Yeah.
Would y'all open up a 50-year-old Coors and drink it?
I don't
That's
think I'd.
no.
I don't think I'd drink a 50-year-old Coca-Cola.
No, nothing.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. This portion of the show brought to you by ReliefFactor.com. We've been talking about this outstanding product for a number of years now, and a lot of the staff uses Relief Factor because they suffer from pain or inflammation from time to time. So if you fall in that category, let us suggest ReliefFactor.com. And when you do, order their 3-week trial pack for just $19.95. I mean, think about it. That's less than $20. It's natural relief to help you, overcome the aches and pains of either exercising, just getting older, which that's where we would fall. Check them out right now, ReliefFactor.com. Look for the 3-week supplies, the quick start pack for $19.95, and see if it doesn't help you like it does us. The over-the-counter painkillers could be harming your body. They're just not designed to take every day, multiple times a day. So look to Relief Factor. ReliefFactor.com, 3-week supply, just $19.95. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right.
So Greg and I yesterday were sitting here, and I don't think we got a chance to talk about this on the air.
Boy.
And it's back to the Olympics, and we're watching it, and neither one of us, and maybe you did not realize that 3-on-3 basketball is a part of the Olympics.
When did that happen?
I don't know.
These are like events where, we were talking about not so much the women's, because you got some WNBA, but the men's team. It looks like an adult league basketball team. You know what I'm saying? You don't see there's former NBA
like the Rick
player.
and Bubba 3-on-3 tournament.
It looks
we did.
just like these guys that we saw at that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're really good basketball
but they're-
players. Don't get me wrong. They're on record for being really good at basketball. But there were times where I thought,
looked
did we
like-
go down to the local church and pick somebody up,
It's
let
what
them
it looks
play?
like. The men's industrial league, or the Connect 3-on-3s we used to do.
Yes.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
When did it become like I said, the last time I saw was when Ice Cube has his 3-on-3 professional league.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Right.
Well, and they got the,
I don't know if Ice Cube's involved in the Olympics.
I will
don't
tell
know.
you this, being totally honest, I saw, and you mentioned the women, they do have, WNBA ladies that are playing, but the head coach is the Duke women's basketball coach. And I saw an interview with her. And I did not realize that, because when I saw the 3-on-3, I was like, what's going on? And they were interviewing her about the preparations and about her. She was on a former team, and they won and all this kind of stuff. And I was like, what in the world? I had not seen the men until they were on TV yesterday.
And so I guess you take it back to the 3-point line.
You
is that when
literally, if you get a rebound and it hits rim,
Yeah.
just like you're in the backyard or in the driveway, you have to
Take
run
it back.
You have to run it out to the 3-point line and get
Come
and
back.
that clears you, and then now you can come back.
Now we're not making it, taking it, are we?
No,
I don't
we're
think
not.
so.
No, we're not. We're not. But it is funny to
'em
see
take
them
'em.
get a rebound and then dribble out and come back in and run the lane.
You got
And
to.
yeah.
If it hits the rim.
It just caught us off guard yesterday. I had no idea it was part of the Olympics.
What next Olympics they're gonna have 21? You remember
I
you
mean,
used to play 21
I
in
know.
basketball?
that sounds more world game to me.
It does.
It does.
It
That-
makes
exactly.
sense.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
Which are coming next year to Birmingham.
But
Yep.
see, because not that I'm pay attention to every, but normally they talk about the sports that have been added to the Olympics. I missed 3-on-3
I did
basketball.
too.
The announcement. I'm not sure who qualified. Where do you find 3-on-3 people to? Hey, we're going to qualify. For
I
the
guess you
Olympics?
go to college teams and pros that didn't make the
guess.
the real Olympic team, the 5-on-5 full court.
Correct if I'm wrong. I don't think there's any NBA players in there.
I don't know the
Maybe
answer to that.
They may,
Yeah, on the
maybe-
men's side, I'm not sure.
Maybe the G League, but I don't know.
yeah. Wow. But it was just funny. We looked
I
up
know.
and like I say, it looks like
Well, and it
a
didn't
pickup
help.
game.
The guys that we were watching, it did look like a couple of them had been just pulled off the street, and that's what it looked like. One of them looked a little uncoordinated. I mean, it just.
What we're going to have next year, men's slow pitch softball.
Well, Greg,
Yeah.
that falls right into this
Yeah, it
category.
really does.
That's perfect.
Speaking of softball, did you see where the women got beat?
Did they really?
Yeah.
Who beat them?
Japanese?
Yeah.
Didn't they had already beat them in
Mhm.
preliminary
Yeah.
They
games?
played for
beat 'em
the-
2-0.
They played for the gold.
Yeah.
Well, that stinks. I guess
I know.
Beth Moen was not happy.
Uh.
Her and Smitty.
Smitty.
I got something for y'all.
Oh gosh.
What?
Go
I
ahead.
like this.
Huh?
It's one of my favorite things we do.
What y'all think's going on here? What y'all think about this?
We got some harmonica and foot stomping.
And a bebop.
We do. What y'all think's
I believe
happening?
it's in a Mexican restaurant.
Excuse me? Really?
Just throwing it out there.
I think it's on a front porch somewhere, and somebody's got. Obviously, they got a harmonica or a mouth harp, whatever you want to call it.
Mm-hmm.
Which one do you prefer to call it?
That sounded so.
I like the harp.
Do
Even
you
though
really?
harmonica is the most common, but it just sounds hipper to call it a harp.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Didn't
So
know you
y'all
would
think
go
that's
that route.
Uh,
a band or something that's kind of.
I think it's two old men,
Mm-hmm.
and they've got them a little something going. Somebody may be working the spoons in there. I couldn't really tell.
I'm gonna
Would
go
y'all-
3 men,
Okay.
and they're indoors because I can hear kind of an echo type deal, but I don't know where they're at
I'm
or
not
what
sure
it's
the
for.
occasion.
Yeah,
They're at
there you
some
go.
kind
Would
of
y'all
event.
be surprised to know that it's one man doing all that?
Wow.
Really?
It is an Irish
One-man
musician
band.
that can play the harmonica while beatboxing at the same time.
How about that?
You don't see a lot of that.
You see me? I wish I had something to drink.
I
I'd take
called
a
it
sip. I'd take
bebop in a
sip
minute
right now.
ago, not beatbox. What is it? Beatbox?
Beatboxing.
Beat?
Beat.
Yeah, I called it bebop
Beatboxing.
a minute ago.
Did
What is
you
that
really?
a product you put out to keep
Yeah,
bees
well,
away?
yeah, it works.
Well, he's
Yeah.
champing at the bit to give us another one here.
Old bebop.
But I
Get a
can't
can
believe
of
that.
bebop out.
So I guess if he's doing this,
That's pretty talented.
He's like, I don't know how in
The
the
mouth
world
harp.
he is
Is that
doing
what you like to call it?
Mouth
Yeah,
harp.
well,
or just harp. Harp's really cool.
Okay.
Could y'all think about that? That's one guy.
I think Adler could do this.
I do too.
Oh, he threw a whoop in there, too.
Yeah. Certainly talented, but I think Adler can pull this off. I think if you gave him a mouth harp right now, you walk in and do this.
Right. 866 We Be Big. Tyler in Alabama wants to weigh in on the 3-on-3. What's up, Tyler?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Not much.
I was just going to let you know there's actually a 3-on-3 league that comes on. I see it sometimes flipping through the channels on like Sunday afternoon. There's a thing it's called the Big Three.
Yeah.
The
Well,
Big Three.
Yeah.
The Big Three.
Yeah, that may be Ice Cube's league. Remember he started. I remember that.
Yeah. Let's go to
And that
Jessica.
makes
And it had some former NBA guys.
And that makes
Yeah.
sense to do. Just
Yeah.
didn't know it was part of the Olympics.
yeah. I thought you had to go through a lot to get it declared an
I know.
Olympic
Yeah.
sport. I mean, that seems a little quick.
Yeah. Jessica, what's up?
Hey, I was going to say, if, people say I have to go to the restroom like a Russian racehorse,
Yeah.
do you guys say Russian or Russian?
I say Russian like the country,
I
but
do, but
I may be wrong.
I think it's rushing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Russian. You're wrong.
you learn so much on this show.
I was
I think I've
corrected
always
on
said
that.
that wrong.
I've said Russian because I even asked, what's it got to do with the Russian? But it's actually
Yeah.
Russian.
I thought Russian
I'm-
racehorses peed a lot,
Yeah, something about
Okay.
Russian.
and for a very long time.
Interesting.
I really did.
But it's rushing.
Didn't know why.
Like I'm rushing somewhere.
Thank you so much for that.
Not Russian.
We've
Wow.
learned so much
We have.
in this hour.
We have. And we're all trying to beatbox in our minds.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
6 minutes past the hour. Hello. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. Bubba and I join the guys. Now we go forward. Kickoff hour's already taken place. We start this hour with the national anthem. Rick and Bubba Show. Let's go. Ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler have already given you a kickoff hour, and I hope you enjoyed it. They do that on all the Rick and Bubba platforms, and I think most all the Rick and Bubba radio stations and on the Rick and Bubba radio network carry it as well. If not, there's all kinds of ways for you to get it. Find all those ways to get Rick and Bubba content live or archived by going to rickandbubba.com. Today, the wheel of meat could spin. Be paying attention for that. Chris Wood with Olympic updates. What's eating Scott Garowski? We'll pick categories today and chat with the Big G. Picking and cheering is our Rick and Bubba lone intern today, as other students have graduated from Rick and Bubba University from our summer semester. They've moved on. Two have flown the nest. We still have a few that remain. And picking and cheering takes your phone calls today at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Right there he is, the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you know him best as a silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and a master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey!
Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome on in.
Everybody say this. Bubsy, you ready to go?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Busy show today. A lot to cover. A lot going on out there in the old world.
Well, and the thing about it is, I love all the clarity.
Yeah, it is. Let me tell you, Rick, I told you one time before, the thing that I loved about science was that it was exact. You didn't have examples. Like in English and grammar, you had a rule, then you had exceptions.
Yeah.
And if you had too many exceptions, to me, it wasn't a rule anymore. It was just an average.
Right.
But, I never won that argument with my teacher. But, science was pure, and it was, you had your theories, and you had a scientific method to prove it, and then people could peer review it and prove it or disprove it, and it was all kind of cut and dried. But I'm gonna tell you, this COVID thing has just exposed to me that our medical world and science is just not all on the same page.
Well,
and I'm not saying it's a failure. There's obviously a truth out there, but politics are involved and continue to be, and it's just created a muddy mess for those of us who are trying to make wise decisions with our health.
Well, I remember this. There used to be a time, and Greg, you remember this growing up in the house. There was this term that was said off limits. Now, fill in the blank. Now, that's off limits. Like for you and me, it was fighting in the house is off limits.
Yeah,
right.
Go in the yard.
Yeah, not fighting, but just don't fight in the house.
Right. Well, we still have that rule here at work.
Right.
True.
I mean, and that was off limits. Say for instance,
take it to the parking lot.
For instance, you've got multiple siblings, and the youngest one toddles out there at like 4 years old, and you're playing a little football game. Your mom or dad would say, "Hey, now look, he's off limits.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, y'all don't start knocking him down. Y'all can do what you want to do, but he's off limits. He's just out here. Hey, don't park over here. That's off limits because it's wet and muddy. You're going to get stuck." I thought, to Bubba's point, that we should, and we've violated. Hey, all of y'all out there with agendas and attempts at political power, and you got some underlying whatever, science is off limits. Okay, when we go over to science, everybody takes off their colors. Mm-hmm. Everybody takes off their agendas, their preferences, and the scientists, they just go out and they study science. Hey, science is off limits. Well, that's over. We now no longer say that's off limits. So we are sitting here in a time of people that say we want to trust, let's say, doctors. And somebody says, okay, here comes some doctors. And all of a sudden you look and somebody says, now, Dr. A, here are the credentials for Dr. A. Well, impressive. And then Dr. A says 2 + 2 is 4. Okay? And then they said, now Dr. B. Oh, wow. Same credentials, maybe even more credentials, slightly. But considering one's – so what do you say? Well, I say it's 5. So wait a minute. So one doctor says do this. The other doctor says don't do that. And they both seem to have very similar credentials. As far as the value of their opinion, it doesn't seem that one's opinion should have more value than the other. They seem to be equal in their expertise,
but
and they tell us two completely different things.
Rick, not varying slightly.
I mean,
180 degrees.
So what are we supposed to do?
Yeah,
right. And
because here's what we have to. This is a conclusion I have to come to. Somebody is absolutely wrong. Absolutely wrong. Right. Now, why are they wrong? Were they given bad information? Possibly. Were they commanded to give bad information? Was it barked down to them through their organization that hires them, or were they just mistaken? Did they just look at the data wrong?
Well, never underestimate what we have here, and we talk about that even among ourselves sometimes because it is difficult. I admit that because of our pride. Sometimes it's almost like people just can't admit they're wrong anymore.
Yeah.
It's okay to say, look, I started down this road. I thought this was the way to go. Now that more information is coming in, how about we were wrong about that? Now let's try this. Because, I mean, yesterday I watched two doctors, equally credentials, say vaccine is the answer. Okay, that's our best shot. Other doctor says vaccine is obsolete on the variants, and all we need to do is we shouldn't test anybody asymptomatic. That's been a mistake from the beginning,
right?
Because that gets us bad numbers. Remember, he said when you see everybody panicking like there's something going crazy again, that's all based on is people testing positive. It is not based on who's sick and not sick.
Right.
And, you've heard this 1,000 times. Look to the hospital and intensive care and look for the death rate. Everything else is a mirage. Okay,
or can lead you astray.
On shutting down and panicking. So then he says the best thing to do when somebody gets it, when they are sick, is to attack it with the infusion drugs that have been available. We bought enough for every person to have them, and demand that happens, and then that person will have a survival rate that will be through the roof. What we're doing is we're not doing anything till it's too late, and we start the treatments too late. We should start them immediately, and then we should not test asymptomatic people. And if you have natural antibodies, you are 100% protected from the variants. Anybody telling you otherwise. Then you go to another doctor says, well, that's not right.
Yeah. I mean, what do you do?
So what are you supposed to do about that?
And Rick, he pointed out, and there's no way to play the whole thing, but like you say, very well respected, that it appears that the big medical, if you will, is pushing everybody to the vaccine and ignoring all the other solutions to the problem.
Yeah, which is kind of
when there's other things that can be done prior to that that are very effective.
Well, I saw the interaction between you and other doctors, and the reason why, who cares what Rick and Bubba have to say about it? But what we saw was a doctor.
Don't know nothing.
What we saw was a doctor yesterday say, "I respect both of these men equal," and they're telling you something completely different.
Yeah,
and I respect both of them. I think they both are very well educated and have great credentials.
Somebody help us!
But they're saying two different things.
Yeah. Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Big Tom's watching us on YouTube out there. So, Tom, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you today, buddy?
I'm doing great. God bless you, Rick, and I love you too. But, brother, you're rambling about bad as Biden on this subject about the doctors say this and the doctors say that. Did I miss something yesterday? Did y'all talk to a doctor yesterday that I didn't hear? Can you expound on what you're talking about, brother?
Yeah, well, honestly, and this is the sad part, I'm trying not to get canceled. I'm trying to stay on YouTube and stay out there. I'm just saying that I'll tell you the guy's name.
We looked at a video yesterday.
I'm sorry I sent it, stirred it up.
No. It was. And this guy
and we look at these every day, pro and con. We're looking at these people, and I watched Dr. Sag's webcast he had the other day, updating everybody, who we have a lot of respect for, and we've had him here on the show.
Sure.
Had him on the podcast.
Had him on the podcast.
And this was a guy, and Rick, what's his name? He's
Dr. Peter A. McCullough. Dr. Peter A. McCullough, McCullough.
Yeah, he's trained at Texas A&M.
Yeah, one of the most qualified physicians we have in the United States, and has been on the front lines studying COVID-19. His accolades and credentials are as long as your arm, and he says that the approach that we're taking is, in his opinion, incorrect, and he says very clearly, here's what we need to do. Now, you're not going to hear from him because on all media sources, and I will acknowledge, okay, just so you know, Tom, I will acknowledge that there are other doctors that also seem to have equal credentials that are saying a different approach, and that's what's confusing.
But what about the UAB doctor? What's he saying?
He's vaccinated.
He's vaccinated.
No matter
all the way.
what your situation is, get the jab.
And I have respect for Dr. Sag too. I'm just telling you. You got people of equal credentials that are telling you two different things.
So I think it was, and while we didn't fully explain that, and you're correct, I think we were just kind of venting among ourselves how aggravated we were because of our own conversations, trying to get a handle on the best and safest way to take care of everybody.
Yeah, and McCullough's not.
Well, I agree with you. I want to tell you a little short story. Yesterday I had a mailman come to my mailbox, and he didn't make it to the mailbox. He had a package in his hand, and he didn't have any mask, didn't have any gloves or anything, and he said, "Hey, how you doing?" And he said, step back. And I said, "What's going on, brother?" He said, "There's COVID still going on." I said, "Are you serious, really?" And so he's so scared that he wants to put my package in the middle of my yard. He don't want to bring it to me. I'm standing on my porch.
Yeah.
He's almost to me, 3/4 of the way, but he still won't give it to me.
Another thing.
Well, look, in all fairness, it is. Our hospitals are have a lot of people admitted just in the last 2 weeks.
This is still going on, by the way.
Yeah, it is. And what he's talking about, though, is the hysteria that goes with it, and that there is a way to work through where we are without shutting everything down and with all that. Mm-hmm. And and he also said, Dr. McCullough, I'm speaking of, he said, if you have had it, he said herd immunity, and he acknowledged we're acting like that doesn't exist. He said herd immunity is absolutely effective, and he said if you have the antibodies and you've had COVID-19, that the people who have the natural antibodies are fully protected against the variants. And he said we don't have any. And I even asked my own doctors, do you have cases of people with antibodies that are still getting the variant? And I'm not saying the doctor says yes or no. It's almost like you ask a question that nobody knows what to say.
And you would think that information would be pretty important.
Right. And what you hear is, well, we've had some fully vaccinated people get it, but they do fine, but they haven't got real sick. And if that's the case, great. I'm glad.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But this thing, the natural antibody people, we're just kind of hard to keep a check on. And I acknowledge people who get into these conspiracy theories and all that, they may tell you they've already had it when they really didn't. Right. It's hard to take people's word for it. I got all that. And I think that we get to the point, because we were trying to find out, well, why would they do this? That just this vaccine thing is clean, and it's easy to understand, and it's easy to implement. But what Dr. McCullough's saying is, but that doesn't mean it's going to be the most effective thing to get us through this.
And let me give you another example, okay? Again, our medical community has done some incredible things, okay? We have some of the most advanced things. We are better at fighting cancer now. We can find blood disorders, DNA issues. I mean, we have moved light years ahead. But when we were all kids and you had a cold, you went to the doctor, and what did they do? They gave you a shot of penicillin by whatever name it was at that time. Omnipen, ampicillin, whatever. They just gave it to you. Well, now we carry our kids when we're grown up. You couldn't hardly ever get a shot. Well, they said, well, it's viral. And antibiotics, penicillin doesn't work against a virus. Right. Well, did we have viruses, or was all of ours bacterial back then? Well, obviously, it's the same thing. We all had a runny nose and a cough and ran a fever, and we went. But they were shooting us up with penicillin every time we walked in the door, and now we have problems because those things are not as effective. We have superbugs, right? Yeah. Because they over-prescribed penicillin shots. The medical community was wrong. They absolutely were wrong. Well, they didn't mean to be wrong. No. They were helping us out, it looked like, but long term, it wasn't exactly the way we should have probably treated all that. And we should have found out if it was a viral or a bacterial infection and proceeded that way, right? So we're just saying it's fair to ask questions. And I think anybody that says don't ask questions, you need to be worried about them.
Yeah, Dr. McCullough, now he said some very provocative things of saying that the variants that he thinks the vaccine is obsolete, that the variants have got out ahead of the vaccine.
The wild one, whatever.
And he said the best thing to do is do herd immunity, and then when somebody does get it, use the drugs that we now have to aggressively treat it on the front end. And he said, and we'll get to the end of this. But I mean, again, that's his opinion. It's based
doesn't mean
on,
it's right.
And I'm not saying that you get in one camp or the other, but I am saying that I don't like this thing that some voices are silenced and others are amplified. Now, that I don't like.
Why can't we have Dr. McCullough and Dr. Sag on the news?
Sit on a panel.
And discuss this back and forth, as opposed to, no, this guy's right and this guy's wrong, bury the other guy.
Yeah, and we shouldn't do that on our...
No, I'm not.
Nobody should. Yeah.
No.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thanks for being with us. Unpacking another day. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. Love these Raycon earbuds. You, the audience, seem to be loving it as well. About half the price of the other brands. And, of course, also don't forget, you don't have that kind of goofy look with things sticking out of your ears. They're hip, they're cool, they fit, they're comfortable. They've got a 24-hour battery life. They're the must-have. You know, if you're like a lot of us, sometimes you just want to turn off the noise and put in your earbuds and listen to something that is going to calm you, soothe you, pump you up, whatever you need. It just sounds better with the buyraycon.com/Bubba earbuds. So they're about half the price of the others. You get the same quality. They're incredibly durable, and we'll get you an additional 15% off if you go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. Use our URL. Also, there's a link at rickandbubba.com. You'll find that right there under the sponsors. All right, so we got a couple of clips as we continue to unpack the latest COVID news. All right, so let's go to this is what we call creepy clips today. For those of you that are starting to feel like our tyrannical central government might be overstepping their boundaries. Now, keep in mind, we're about to hear from the leader of the free world, Joe Biden. I want you to think about all the things that we've heard and seen with Joe, but he's going to lecture some of you now that if you are unvaccinated, prepare. A lecture is coming. Here is President Biden talking about federal employees and being mandated to get a vaccine. Here we go. I'm sorry, I can't hear it. Okay, oh good. For me,
we have the official hold on screen from the booth.
Here we go.
Will you require all federal employees to get vaccinated?
That's under consideration right now, but if you're not vaccinated, you're not nearly as smart as I thought you were.
Oh, well, Joey.
Joey B talking down.
Joey, gonna put everybody in line.
I wish I could huddle with these people right in the White House just for maybe 5 minutes and help them about how to motivate people to do something you want them to do. That ain't one of them.
Do y'all not know how to do it?
You just dug. There was probably somebody driving to get their vaccine right then and turned the car around and said, hey, Joe, who can't remember where you are, take that, and I'm headed back to the house.
Yep. What I would have loved to have said.
You're right. I know people. Y'all know them.
Yeah. And
I might have had that reaction.
And today, and now keep in mind, you can hear a clock ticking in the background. But as of today, I can redress my government and not be carried off, and quartered, burned alive, or shot dead in an open field.
Well, you can be canceled by 3 guys that run all the tests.
All I'm afraid of now is my voice will be taken away.
Right.
Yeah.
But still, but I got other places to go until they shut this down. But anyway, so they're thinking about making all federal employees mandate to get the vaccine.
And they can do that under the latest court case where, they ruled the nurses who were fighting against the vaccination said that the employer can mandate that you do that as a part of your employment in Houston. So as it stands right now, the latest court ruling that has control over all this, and it was the Supreme Court, says that a employer can dictate that to employees.
Yeah, I heard the update on that this morning on the way in. They said, so now your work, they said your option is, the reason why they got the ruling is that you're not going to be forced to get a vaccine, but you will be forced out of your job. So you cannot take it, but you just got to go find somewhere else to work.
And the NFL's doing that too with coaches.
Yeah. So anyway, Joe Biden says, but if you don't have the vaccine, you're not nearly as smart as I thought you were. I would have loved to have said back, the more I hear you talk, you're not near as smart as you think you are.
Amen to that.
So that would have been my return.
You don't motivate.
That would have been. The more you talk, the dumber you sound.
Yeah, you don't motivate people talking down to them.
You certainly don't.
You know, and especially with mixed messaging where you're all over the road. And I understand we're learning more,
all over the road.
and we're learning more every day, and we do have to adjust some. I understand that. I'll give them that pass. But the way your messaging is just, my gracious alive.
Let me get a hand in the air, and y'all all know this. If President Trump had said that same, and he probably would have, In all fairness,
Probably said it even.
He'd probably been worse.
But these are the kind of statements, Greg. These are the kind of statements that they talked about.
Oh.
They said, "Well, see, this is what a jerk."
Talking down to people like that.
Mean. Look how mean Donald Trump is.
And he said it to a woman too.
I mean, President Biden basically said a Donald Trump-like statement.
Well, let's go back and look at mistakes from a PR standpoint.
Yeah.
To begin with, Kamala Harris, now the vice president, said she would be very skeptical of any vaccine that President Trump brought to market. Okay.
Yeah.
First off, Trump didn't do it. Okay. He's not a scientist.
No.
But he paved the way with Operation Warp Speed. They fired the first shot, making this political, and now it's blown up on them. We've even had some journalists play this back and go, "Well, what about now?"
I know.
What about that? You can't get a real good answer on that. So you start that. Joe Biden gives this passionate speech when he's inaugurated saying, "I want to be a healer. I want to bring people together." He's done nothing to do that. As a matter of fact, he's done things to push opposite. What he should have done right out of the gate, he should have reached out to Trump and tried to calm him down and said, "Look, let's work together on this COVID thing. We can be enemies on everything else. We got to work as Americans on this. I need you to come out on the podium and encourage people to get vaccinated. I'm going to encourage people to get vaccinated. This is not a political issue." They didn't do that. What have they done? They keep hammering him. This whole January the 6th investigation right now is nothing but to try to damage the legacy of Donald Trump. That's all it is. You can't impeach him again. You've already impeached him twice. Can't remove him from office. He's not in there. It's all a dog and pony show, which is a whole nother topic we'll get to. They're not working together to try to get this done. And I don't know. And then they're upset that that the vaccination rate ain't what it ought to be. Well, let me tell you, you can put it right in your lap because you have fumbled this every step of the way.
Yeah, you're right. It's the
It's
worst.
just ridiculous.
It's the worst PR campaign I've ever seen.
Ever.
So now Cuomo's not going to help.
No.
It's time for Teflon Cuomo, who apparently it's not the DOJ is not going to investigate him tied to the deaths of people in nursing homes. They're not coming after him for all these sexual harassment allegations. And now he just sits right there in his place of power. And here's what he says to the unvaxxed people, what he wants to do. Listen to this.
We have to get back to work. We have to get back to work. And we have to get back to work now. And we have to spread this message, or we're going to spread the virus. And we have to get in those communities, and we have to knock on those doors, and we have to convince people and put them in a car and drive them and get that vaccine in their arm.
That's not
That is the mission.
You're going to put them in the car?
And while everyone else in the country is saying, "Oh, boo, the sky is falling, the numbers are going up," New York is going to say, "Yeah." And that means we're going to get ourselves in gear, and we're going to get the job done. And the people who are with us today will be on the front lines, and the people who are in this room will be on the front lines. And I will be there with you.
Well, that's comforting.
They've handled it so well up to this point.
He couldn't motivate an 8-year-old soccer team. What's he talking about?
Why are we letting him talk? How poorly he did last night.
Rick, think about this. Why are some people not vaccinated now? They don't trust the government. There's a large number of people that don't trust. So the way you ease that feeling is to tell them you're going to jam them in a car and make them take the vaccine.
And get
drive them. Hey, that'll calm them down.
And get it in your arm.
Hey, Cuomo, good job.
Good job.
I'm going to physically remove you from your home, shove you in a car.
Did these people not know how to do this?
Rick, he wrote a book on how to handle the pandemic. He knows what he's doing.
Well, thank you, Greg.
He wrote it about 6 months after things started.
You know what, Adler? I think I will go ahead and do cut 4 too. So cut 4. Here's the press secretary, and how you say her name?
Psaki.
Psaki.
Psaki. A pair of socks.
I call her Psaki.
If you look at the spelling of it, Rick, it scares you. Just say Psaki.
That's because how you pronounce it.
Or just call her Red.
All right, Red.
I don't know.
All right, we're running out of time a little bit. So she is asked a very direct, simple question.
It is.
If the vaccine works and it is the answer to all problems, why do people still have to wear a mask after they've been fully vaccinated?
Yeah.
If it works, you shouldn't have to wear a mask. So here we go.
Still, then why do vaccinated people need to put the masks back on?
Well, Peter, first of all, I would say again, just to go back to this chart, which I will handily point to again, if you were vaccinated, it can save your life. And I think the clear data shows that this pandemic is killing, is hospitalizing, is making people very sick who are not vaccinated. That still continues to be the case, regardless of what the mask guidance looks like.
The vaccines work, which this sign says that they do. Then why do people who have had the vaccine need to now wear masks, the same as people who have not had it?
Fair question.
Because the public health leaders in our administration have made the determination, based on data, that that is a way to make sure they're protected, their loved ones are protected, and that's an extra step given the transmissibility of the virus that people that they're advising people.
You know what that said? Because we said so.
That's it.
Yeah.
Put your mask on and shut up. Stop asking questions about it, especially if they're logical.
Right.
You know what she said? The people here tell people to put them on, so put them on. Yeah, but you never answered my question. Matter of fact, your chart indicates they shouldn't have to wear them.
Right.
The chart you keep pointing at.
See, you're telling us conflicting information. You're saying go get vaccinated so you don't have to worry about it, but you're saying vaccinated people need to wear a mask.
We'll be back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back, 866 We Be Big Will of Meat. Could happen at any time on the program today. Wednesday Bible study back today. It's live at noon Central Time on our YouTube channel. Be archived soon after for your consumption on your own time if you so desire. And What's Eating, Scott Garowski, and an Olympic update from Chris Wood. All still to come. Bubba, this is a video, buddy. Just strap it on. I got a dandy for you. We got a dandy for you right here. Video and audio that'll finish our hour of looking at where we are on the latest. Are you familiar with Pastor Greg Locke?
I've heard of him.
Cut 7.
Yep.
Now, if you're wondering how Greg Locke, the pastor, feels about how his church is going to approach this latest uptick, would you like to just hear it in his own words?
Yeah, I'd like to hear it.
Here's what he has to say.
Don't believe this Delta variant nonsense. Stop it. Stop it. I know right-wing watching. I don't care. If they go through round 2 and you start showing up all these masks and all this nonsense, I'll ask you to leave. I will ask you to leave. I am not playing these Democrat games up in this church. If you want a social distance, go to First Baptist Church, but don't come to this one. I'm done with it. I said I'm done with it. I ain't playing these stupid games.
Where's he from? Where's he from?
Did he make the mic on the stage? He
did.
He's like,
You know who I thought it was to begin with? I thought it was John Morgan, the Raging Cajun.
Isn't that funny?
It does sound a lot of very similar.
I think Bubba was distracted and missed the spin move.
I heard something do it.
Well, watch him do a spin move. He gives you a spin move, too, like Michael Jackson.
I will ask you to leave.
Watch the spin move, Bubba.
I am not playing these Democrat games up in this church. If you want a social distance, go to First Baptist Church, but don't come to
Watch
this
this.
one. I'm done with it. I said I'm done with it. I ain't playing these stupid games.
I like that little take-off slide he did. He did it was almost a smooth criminal kind of move.
He's
Rick,
the member
that's
at Global Vision Bible Church
Say that again?
in Mount Juliet, Tennessee.
He's down
right
the
outside
road.
Nashville.
Oh, my goodness.
He may be
Rick, I want
listening.
you to see in their golden ticket seats today. I want you to see this lady's shirt she made.
There you go.
And what was your name, ma'am? Jennifer, look at this.
Yeah, she's like us, free range, organic antibodies.
There you go.
Isn't that great?
That is. That's
That's
a
a
good.
beautiful shirt.
That's a good one.
It's homemade.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There it is.
I bet you could sell a bunch of those,
There
by
it
the
is.
way.
So there you go. Isn't it
Maybe
fun?
that's what we need for a pass. We'll just wear a shirt that says, hey, I got the antibodies.
Well, I mean, if you want to have somebody just lock up and have nothing to say now all of us still have the natural antibodies. Now talk to me about that. Well, y'all probably need to go ahead and get that vaccine too.
Yeah.
Yeah, but based on what now? I mean,
and can we just say that is a large number of people?
Yeah. Well,
according to the numbers and the cases and just their data, people that have natural antibodies is a large portion of America. Large.
There's even
what's called herd immunity.
There was even a story out yesterday that there's even more people that have the antibodies than they originally thought that didn't even get sick or know they were sick, but they generated the antibodies.
Well, and just like McCullough was saying, this doctor who also has great credentials, along with some who are saying the other things, I acknowledge that.
Speedy, we'll see if we can book him.
But he says that we had reached herd immunity.
Yeah, he did.
Naturally, we were there.
Yeah.
We had it.
It only takes 80% to reach it.
And he said we were there. He said so. The original is gone.
Yeah.
And he said and these variants.
That's why you never hear anybody discussing that again.
Right
now.
He said so those people he believes. Okay, I'm saying he believes, and he believes he's correct, and he has some credentials that those people are not at risk for these variants. The only people that are getting the variant, and praise God so far they're not getting really sick, are the people who either have never had it, so they don't have the antibodies, or they've been vaccinated with one of the mRNAs. And they're not getting sick, but he said the mRNA, in his opinion, can't really stop you from getting the variant. It may stop you from having a severe reaction, let's hope and pray.
Yeah.
He said, but the people, the way to have not had the variant jump up is if we had just kept on pushing, treating the sick with all the new medical stuff, and he loves the infusion and says we have plenty of it. He said you should call your hospital and demand it if you come down with it and you've never had it before. And he said, and then we would have pushed on through this because we would have kept getting more and more people with the natural antibodies, and we wouldn't be where we are.
Mm-hmm.
So now again, that's you'll hear a person with equal credentials come back and say, well, I disagree with that. So I don't know what we're supposed to do about it.
Yeah, I mean, traditional thinking is, and it's this way with other things, that you have to have everybody vaccinated for it to work, and that's how you get rid of it, like smallpox and some of these other things we all had that they vaccinated in the MMRs and all that stuff when you're kids. So, and they were wildly successful doing away with polio and some of that other stuff.
And people are not anti-vax who took all those and acknowledged they worked. So you can't call those anti-vaxxers. Now, just because someone believes in effective vaccine and safe vaccine, that doesn't make them an anti-vaxxer.
Right.
You can I believe in effective vaccines and safe vaccines. That's not anti-vax.
No.
That is doing vaccinations.
That's just asking a few questions, being smart.
And sometimes, in all fairness, I'm okay. I understand. In all fairness, we sometimes do things with the best of intentions. It's not always some dark, deep conspiracy. It's just the fact that we're human beings. And sometimes as we're moving through a process, we learn more as we go, and we make some mistakes along the way. But we're moving into a society that you're not allowed to say that anymore, because if you say that, then that starts a whole other push from some other group that's going to cancel you. Look, the mob mentality exists in places that maybe you even might agree with.
Yeah.
So the mob mentality is bad no matter who's doing it.
Yeah.
And Rick, I pointed to our science and the history of us going and landing a man on the moon, which was a great accomplishment, and it was a very high moment successfully for our science and our space program. But we blew up a lot of rockets on the way, and we killed some people on the way. We made mistakes, but we got it right eventually.
And what we said yesterday, and of course our Cuban brothers and sisters that were here totally agreed.
Well, I got great feedback on them yesterday.
That really worked out to be a great interview. It's interesting to talk to people that actually know what they're talking about when it comes to socialism and communism versus Americans who have been spoiled all their lives, that have become enamored with something they've never had to deal with. But anyway, freedom comes with risk. It always will, always has. We in this fallen creation, even with the biblical worldview, we live in a fallen creation, and there is no scenario where you go, well, if I do this, 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 and this, I'm at risk of nothing.
Right.
But you don't give up freedoms, not even out of fear or for the illusion of safety. Freedom always comes with risk, always has, always will. And as I said, the worst day in a free society, as far as governments are concerned, is still a better situation than the best day under communism.
Yes.
So, and giving up all of your rights to a overreaching tyrannical central government, even when they're saying "run to us because we'll protect you," and sometimes they may actually believe that. I don't get down in the deep down coast to coast conspiracy stuff, but I don't need to, because I know human beings throughout time have never been able to handle power. So I don't have to that's not a conspiracy. That's just true. Governments have never been able to handle power that we give them. They always abuse it. So don't give them too much of it. Top of the hour. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Don't believe this Delta variant nonsense. Stop it. Stop it. I know right-wing watching. I don't care. If they go through round 2 and you start showing up all these masks and all this nonsense, I'll ask you to leave. I will ask you to leave. I am not playing these Democrat games up in this church. If you want a social distance, go to First Baptist Church, but don't come to this one. I'm done with it. I said I'm done with it. I ain't playing these stupid games.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. As we move forward, what's eating Scott Garowski this hour? The second installment of that. We have an Olympic update with Olympic reporter Chris Wood coming up. So that's happening today. Will of Meat is in play. So, Bubba, I know that Chris Wood is going to give us a full-blown Olympic update. Let's face it, he's in depth with his recap of what's going on with the Olympics.
It's one of the fastest minutes in sports, Rick.
Do we want to go ahead, though, before, and then we can refer back and ask him to talk about Simone? Do we want to do this?
Yeah, I think we've got to. Big news when Simone Biles, who, by all accounts, probably the greatest, if not one of the greatest gymnastics athletes we've ever had. And she is very talented. You've watched her perform in the past. She's racked up all kind of accolades over the years and was the leader of our Olympic team. She very strangely pulled out of the team competition, and this is where it got kind of weird. The official Olympic committee statement was that she had an injury. Then she come out later and said, no, it's not physical. Mentally, I'm struggling. Mm-hmm. And that I just needed to take care of myself.
Right.
And, there's been a lot of support from her teammates, from celebrities coming out, other athletes, Michelle Obama, just to name a few. But, in discussing it with your what I call rank and file sports fans yesterday, male and female, there were a lot of questions, and it just seemed like that they couldn't really wrap their arms around what was going on with that. The Olympics are a pretty big deal. We don't have them every year. It's not like a pro sports league where you sit out a game or two and hey, I'll be back,
right,
and everything's well. The U.S. team went on without her and did win the silver medal. The Russians won the gold. The Russians don't even have an official team because they were penalized for some of their shenanigans in the past.
Aren't they called the Washington Football
Well, it's called the Russian Olympic Committee, the ROC.
I don't get it.
And they can't wear their flag or their colors or all that stuff. And so, anyway, they won the gold, first time they'd won it in a long time, after the U.S., who was heavily favored, finishes with the silver medal because Simone Biles did not compete and get her usual high scores that she gets. So, and then this question, we had the young lady in women's tennis who withdrew from the French Open a few months ago because she said of the pressure and it was a mental thing. And now she is representing Japan in the Olympics, where she's from. And she was ranked second in the world. She would have been first if she'd not dropped out of the French Open stuff. But she was defeated in the third round by the young lady who's ranked 42nd in the world. So somewhat disappointing performance for her there. So a lot of discussion about the mental status of our female athletes has been circulating around, and it's a difficult topic, and but you're hearing a lot of different opinions out there.
Yeah, and this is, and I don't know, I do think, and I know we're not allowed to do this anymore, is to actually openly discuss something without some mob coming to get you and saying you must align yourself perfectly here or perfectly there. You're not allowed to kind of be in multiple camps.
Once again, ask questions.
Ask questions. There is, if I could just say, I think there's a really big difference, and we may find out if there's some diagnosis, and that's fine. I think there's a really big difference in some of this in someone who is truly mentally ill. I mean, I've had some people try to say, well, you don't understand people with bipolar, and had some people talking about the autism spectrum and all that, which I'm fully aware of and have been on the front lines with people that I love that have struggled with all that. But I'm not sure this is the same thing. I mean, it's almost like you're not allowed to say that. If anybody says they're having a hard time with it mentally, then everybody who rightfully so wants to be an advocate for the job that we have done poorly a lot in this country addressing mental illness. We have really mistreated for a lot of our history people who are mentally ill, and hopefully that's gotten better. And to have a diagnosis where you are you are mentally ill and you have some sort of mental struggle that is very serious. I hear a lot of people acting like that's officially what's going on here, and we really don't know that. Sometimes even in the world of athletics, we've all been there. There sometimes are people that just crumble to the pressure just because they have a hard time with the pressure of it all. That are now, she's never shown she had any issue with that, and I know she's had a difficult life. As I said, so have many. I don't know if you've seen the difficult life of like Jim Thorpe and Jesse Owen, but it was
they had quite a history.
It was extremely difficult. Going over there as a black man and racing against the Nazis, I bet that was high pressure, especially in a country that treated you like you were a second-class citizen. Jesse seemed to be able to overcome that.
Yep.
So there's been some extremely difficult situations for a lot of people who have competed in Olympics and competed in athletics, and they've been able to overcome it. Now, if she has some kind of chemical imbalance or something like that, certainly we want to be sensitive to that. But it seems like you're not allowed to even say, oh
yeah, you can't.
Maybe she should have pushed on through. But I do understand that sometimes in athletics where you just kind of feel like, man, I just don't have it.
Mm-hmm. We've all had those days, Rick, where you don't have it, and you go, wow. Well, you got it today.
Well, and plus, you used to be out there fearless and free, and you made a mistake. Like I heard y'all talking about in the kickoff hour, and I agree. Hey, I've kind of lost my way while I was in the air. Man, I just can't seem to. I don't know what's it now. Now I'm overthinking it. Now I'm pressing.
Yeah,
I mean, we've all been through that.
I mean, she made the statement earlier in the week about I feel like the pressure's on her, the weight of the world's on her.
Too,
I mean, she's considered the greatest ever.
Yeah, and if you start worrying about the mistake more than your job, then we've heard about this in other sports.
Of course,
where football players are around a pile and they're worried about getting their legs clipped and they're worried about getting hurt, and they were like, okay, now I know it's time to leave.
So I used to play, I never thought about.
Yeah, I used to be fearless.
I told y'all that I'd never been injured, and once I got injured, I kept trying to push through it, and some of it was, there was definitely some issues with the fact that the injury wasn't addressed appropriately, but it was a different time then. We didn't have access to the orthopedic doctors that the athletes do today. Praise God for that, for them. But I remember I had never in my life, and I've told y'all this before, noticed the bodies falling around my feet and legs playing on the defensive line. Never even thought about it. Played wide open, reckless. Here we go.
After you're injured, though, you feel them.
Then my foot gets hung under a pile and breaks across the top, and the ligaments get messed up. And that next time I went in, I did. Ooh, that was close.
Yeah.
Somebody fell by. Ooh, I mean, you start trying to say, what am I doing? I can't think like that. But it does affect you. But that doesn't mean that I'm mentally ill.
Right.
That means that I'm struggling to get past something that has now gotten in my head, and it is. And I'm not saying she shouldn't have withdrew. I'm not saying that.
No, not at all.
But it's almost like we have now diagnosed Simone Biles as being mentally ill.
Right.
And I'm not sure that's the case, and I think it's kind of irresponsible to do that too. It's irresponsible to trash her and dog her, but it's also irresponsible to declare her mentally ill. Because there's a lot of people out there that I'm not sure we may find out, but it's okay to let her seek help, and let's see.
Yeah.
Okay, then we all start declaring
Well,
the
it's unfortunate, though, her being the leader of the team and obviously her sitting down and letting the girl come off the sidelines who had not, was not. I mean, you're prepared to go in, but you don't think you're going to have to go in and
you know
fill
what?
that role. And, she was involved in that Larry Nasser thing, too.
Yeah.
And, he's sitting in prison for 175 years.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that has something to do with this or what.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I made the point yesterday. I mean, there's a lot of difficulty in a lot of people's lives, and that doesn't mean that you always have this, that they're not able to overcome it. And because we've seen it too many times, and I would defy anyone to take Jesse Owens' story and say, well, that wasn't no big deal. But anyway, but I understand too the. I mean, she said this COVID thing. I mean, we had to cancel the Olympics, so we had to move it. It's empty in here. It's dead in here.
Yeah.
Now I'm starting to overthink everything.
Yeah.
Look, let me tell you, I walked away from football. You know why? Because I lost the desire to play. I'm not mentally ill. Now, some people may disagree with that. But what I'm talking about is I just realized that I wasn't willing to continue to do what it took to play at the level that I was required to play at. I didn't love it anymore. It was time to go. And she may just be there.
She's been doing it since she was a little girl.
Yeah, she may be burned out on it.
And Rick, she's 24, which is, you're in the twilight of your career in gymnastics when you get to that age.
She's considered the best maybe of all time. And
Right.
That's a lot. That comes with a lot of heat.
Yeah, it does. But in that,
I mean, yeah.
I just
I'm not
hated to
making-
see her sitting on the sidelines with her
Yeah.
Olympic team finishing second.
Sure.
You just hate that.
16 minutes past. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Everybody, let's go. What is it? So, hey. This is a hot. Everybody, looks good. Where? 22 minutes past. It's time for our second installment of What's Eating Scott Garowski. Scott Garowski, welcome back.
Thank you.
Should we just call him Scotty G?
Scotty G. How you like Scotty G?
We need some intro music.
That's what I was thinking of. I almost thought,
that was.
That sounds like you. That
yeah.
sounds like you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've heard you say that many times.
Maybe a little Oingo Bongo.
Oingo Bongo be good?
Yeah, he loves them. You know that.
Yeah.
Too much time in my hands?
The politicians already got
I'm
that.
all out of love?
Yeah.
That's it. That is it. Perfect.
I remember calling the local AM station requesting that.
Oh, yes.
Tearjerker.
So I don't want to take away from and this may be eating you.
May have a new category
sure
today.
Yeah, okay, so what's our categories today of what's eating you?
Well, let's review. Last week we knocked out amateur cyclists and science fiction.
By the way, the amateur cyclist went right by my house right after you did that.
Exactly.
With their UPS uniform.
Fully dressed.
And, of course, Davis is wanting a segment, and I said, hey, you need to find your own friends with their own radio station. He was not happy.
He wasn't offended.
Well, we were talking about that he's very knowledgeable. What's wrong with that?
He is.
Yeah.
It's the other part, I think, that got him.
Yeah, I think
When you got off on the...
yeah, you go off telling everybody his GPA. That wasn't good.
Well, I mean, it is what it is. Okay, here we are. Here we are for today. I think it's going to be some hard decisions for you, okay?
Okay.
We have parents of screaming kids, the impact of vaping and IPAs.
Okay, I like that.
Waiters, waitresses, and resorts. Churches that make movies.
Oh, that's a good one. Oh, I know that's got it.
Oh, no.
I like that one.
Vietnamese spas and the apparent language barriers that still exist. And Tim Tebow.
And again.
Okay, so
Scott, I thought you might work the Olympics in there.
oh, it's coming. Just give it time. I got to wait for it to go and get all the way finished.
Okay, all right.
It's
You had a pretty funny statement today, but we'll save it.
we can.
All right, so, Greg, are you pulling for churches that make movies?
I think that's what I'm going with.
All right, let's go with that one.
That's where we're going to go?
Yeah.
Okay. One of those on there gets a little tough. Okay, so we know that Paul said that I've become all things to all people that I might reach some.
Reach some.
Right.
Yeah.
There's no chance he meant movies.
You don't think that's it?
There's no shot he meant movies, okay?
Scotty G.
I don't care how biblically accurate the movie is. I just want to see a good movie.
Right. Yeah, I got you.
Okay?
Right. Yeah, I got you.
Look, Noah. Remember?
Oh.
We had Emma Watson and what's his name?
Yeah.
Russell Crowe.
Russell Crowe, yeah.
Versus the best church guy you got. Right?
Yeah.
Okay? We know who that guy is. He's in all of them.
Right.
He plays every single step in the role. You know what I'm talking about? I'm not calling the guy out. I'm just saying.
He's
right?
gotten a little
Let me
better.
tell you what.
Yeah.
At the
He loves the
Christmas,
show, by
the
the way.
Christmas cantata, he probably gets on it. But,
Oh.
look.
His family told him he,
Yeah.
it's the best they've ever seen.
Somebody did.
Yeah.
And so now they've started these, and this all spawned with these infomercials churches started doing.
Right.
Okay, we talked about this.
Right.
Okay, well, they don't just do announcements anymore.
Right.
They can't just say, they think we're so stupid that they can't just say, hey, there's announcements out there in the lobby. If you want to do something, go up there and find them.
Right.
They're going to do a 10-minute production on a fish fry. All right? Seriously. And going to spend at least $100,000 to tell us about a fish fry that 14 people are going to come to.
Right. Okay.
All right.
Gosh, this is
okay.
good. This is good.
And somebody started applauding that. Man, that's cool.
Yeah,
Man,
right.
We're
Right,
cutting
right.
edge.
Gotta do ours.
We're reaching people.
Right.
New generation, man. We're getting a new generation. Okay.
Scotty G.
Rounds are contagious.
Does Scotty G have his own email address so the complaints can go straight to him?
I know where to forward them.
Okay, so it's the same people that say they want to do life together.
Oh, don't get me started on that.
It's the same people that just want to love on people.
Yeah.
All right. That have leadership coaches. That. Okay, I'll skip that one.
Ricky may offend someone.
Wait a minute. Did he just decide to skip
editing on the fly?
I can't be canceled. I'm nothing to cancel. I don't care. I mean,
That's a good point.
cancel. That's fine.
Yeah.
It's been my second segment. It's not like I've had to get some big show running here.
It's only my second segment.
You were fine before you ever showed up.
Yeah. I want real actors. I want Mel Gibson.
Right.
I want Jim Caviezel.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Listen, and
Who do you
I'm sure
not
this is a
want?
great guy, but if Kirk Cameron is the top, if he's the Brad Pitt of Christian movies, okay, we're done. Okay, that's
you
it.
are all over
I mean, seriously, if Kirk Cameron's our guy, and he is, apparently he's it. If that's it,
He's been left behind how many times?
A lot. No, that's Nick Cage. Okay, Nick Cage has been left behind. Now,
Yeah. So has
now
Kirk.
Kirk,
Yeah.
they brought Kirk in as the light. Well, now we're going to really get after it. After the same guy that,
Yeah.
by the way, drove the same truck in the same different movies.
Right.
Y'all notice this?
Well, there's
okay?
not a lot of budget.
Okay.
Gotta reuse it.
Again, that's why we leave the movies to the non-believers.
Right.
Okay, let them make them.
Right.
They make good movies.
They make fantastic. Hey, but they get paid to make movies.
Yeah, that's
Right.
true.
Right.
And I watch a lot of movies, and there's a difference between an A-rated actor and a B-rated actor,
Yeah.
and a guy that cuts grass and acts.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, there's a difference, and I want to see that guy.
Right.
Look, you had Exodus, King and King. What's it called? Exodus, Gods and Kings.
Yeah. Right.
Christian Bale, Emma Watson. Excuse me, that's another one. I got stuck on Emma Watson.
Yeah.
Christian Bale, Aaron Paul, the guy that played Gandhi. I don't know his name. Remember
Yeah,
that
the
bald
guy
head?
played Gandhi.
Ben
Yeah.
Kingsley.
He's in there. Caviezel's in 2. He's in Apostle Paul, which is a really good movie.
It is a
and
good
there's another thing. They're all rated, wait for it, either R or PG-13. Now, as Christians, that's a real problem for us.
Yeah. Right.
Because we've got to have G-rated movies. Okay? Now, let me be clear. The Bible I've read,
Right.
I haven't found many G-rated stories in that Bible. Okay?
They're not.
I think most all of them go R or whatever's after that.
Oh, yeah. There's some rough stuff in there.
Skank stuff in the Bible. Okay, so if we're going to try to act like we're going to do the Bible right, we got to get out of this VeggieTales.
That's
Right,
good.
right.
VeggieTales handles G, and they do it very well. But
Right.
we can't. So this is a true story. I get the world premiere where you get to sit in before the movie goes out, whatever, of one of these movies that rhymes with contagious.
Okay.
All right? And the person that put it together gives this long speech. Hey, now listen. I want y'all to be prepared, man. It's at a conference.
Right.
Not being sexist. It was just men there, though.
Right.
It was a men's conference.
All right, hold it. We got to come back. All right. So, okay. All right. So, what
They're in so much trouble.
Right. And we're still going to try to do one more category?
I'm glad I picked that category.
I'm afraid to hit get mail.
Can I tell you what the worst thing we did? We let Scott sit by Greg.
I know. It's like they feed off each other.
Scott G at rickandbubba.com.
We'll come back, bottom of the hour. What's eating Scott Garowski? More when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. What's eating Scott Garowski? The categories were presented, and he picked specifically, Greg did, churches that make movies.
Yeah.
And you have unpacked that, saying that you probably want to let we've had, like you said, The Apostle Paul was a great movie, but it featured great actors. And
don't forget his rating.
In there.
Yeah, and there are people out there that hear your voice and are trying to address that. And you were telling us, and then we'll get to another topic because I think you're about to land this one. You were at a premiere of the category that you said that is eating you. And
you were one of the people invited.
Yeah, I was there
to see it before it's released.
And we were told before the movie started, "Hey, be prepared now. We're fighting a PG-13 rating, so you're going to see some things. Maybe here's things. Be prepared." So I'm like, "Well, finally." Seriously. I'm like,
well, maybe more realistic.
We may hear something that's actually real world. Maybe get slapped. I mean, maybe some skin. I don't have any idea.
but
something. But I mean, no. Hey, how about this?
Right.
We're trying to deal with real biblical things in the world.
Right.
That crap happens in the world.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate to be that guy.
And apparently in the Bible.
From Genesis through.
Yeah, right.
Okay, all the way through.
The fall was a big deal.
Yes. So I'm sitting on the edge of my seat waiting for some guy to go crazy, nuts, start
You were
swearing.
prepared.
So I'm looking there. We get a darn it, and a glass breaks accidentally. Okay? And I walk out of there just irritated, thinking, this is what we're going to go PG-13.
Right.
I mean, boy, I can't carry my kid to see this one. Now, look, don't miss that the greatest, in my opinion, the greatest Christian movie of all time was The Passion of Christ.
Oh, yeah.
Rated R for a great reason.
Yeah.
I mean, it was
It was a violent act.
brutal.
Yeah.
Okay? Again, put on by great people. So now, my thing
subtitles bothered me, but yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. But
I knew that. You two.
I was waiting on
we
that.
should have never
I
said
got
that.
it.
But don't you think it made it more realistic? They were speaking Aramaic.
It really did.
I have an idea. If everybody was listening to me,
Okay.
Okay.
So you have a
No, I
solution.
mean everybody like out here, not you speaking.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah. Why don't we try to reach the people that are good movie people, make them have them become Christians, and then they can make our movies.
There you go.
So maybe do your job
right
as a pastor in church, and reach these people, and then we can get Emma Watson. Maybe if she comes over to our side, she can start doing movies for us.
Okay, right.
It's going to be a win.
There's been an Emma Watson theme today.
Go
It's
recruit.
going to be a win-win.
Go out and make disciples. Now we have a disciple that's very talented. You got the movies.
Exactly what the Bible says to do.
Yeah.
Okay, let's just try that and see if that works, and let's just dump the movie business.
All right. All right. What else? What's our next categories?
Well, all right. You have parents of screaming kids, the impact of vaping and IPAs, waiters, waitresses, and resorts.
Now, are you combining screaming kids and that all together?
Yes.
What is IPA? I missed that one. What is it?
I don't really know, but it's some kind of watered down beer.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I see. Okay.
And what was that one in? What category?
And vaping.
It is parents of screaming kids, the impact of vaping and IPAs.
Oh, you say that we
Oh,
okay?
that's all
Yes,
together.
that's I'm sorry.
I like it how it
okay,
affects
okay.
their
I'm sorry.
parenting.
I got that.
And then we have Vietnamese spas and the apparent language barrier that still exists.
I don't know
Okay.
if we need to do that.
That is at least a segment and a half. I'll just say that. So,
Okay. All right. And Tim Tebow is still there. And what's the
Tim Tebow. I'm sorry, it's always there.
Yeah. So
It's always
I
right
find
there,
myself
yeah.
leaning towards screaming kids.
Yeah.
Everybody in with that?
The one with IPA.
Yeah. Let's
I understand. That's
Yeah,
great.
all right, right.
Okay, so
I don't think we can do churches stop making movies and Tim Tebow in the same day.
no.
Okay,
I-
so let's
No,
okay, all right.
I want to go on record. All kids can be or at some time turds. All right.
Sure.
Okay, sure.
Okay, and even ours, right?
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
This is not about kids. It's about parents.
Yeah, okay.
I want to be clear about that.
And this is eating you.
It's tearing me apart.
Okay.
Okay. Because that was so real. It is because I am so sick of going to a restaurant, a theater, or a church service, and having some screaming kid running around.
Right.
Okay, going nuts.
Right.
And nobody doing anything about it.
Right.
Oh,
Nothing.
yeah, that's the
I've
thing
spent
now.
my entire life raising two kids that are grown now. So my wife and I get to go to dinner by ourselves, and we've accomplished what they're trying to accomplish.
That's right. We've
And
done
now I
it.
want you to do what I did. When my kids started screaming, my wife took him in the bathroom and beat the crap out of him.
Right. Yeah, right.
Okay?
Yeah, right.
All right? She did.
Tore that hiney up.
Had a wooden spoon in her purse.
Oh, the wooden
Okay?
spoon.
Oh.
Not the wooden spoon.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And guess what? He either shut up or we left.
Those were the two options.
That's what it was.
Right.
Okay, because I actually respected the people around me who had done what I had done,
Right.
passed the torch, so to speak. So we're in a restaurant. We visit quite a bit. This is not exaggeration. It sounds like the kid has stuck his hand down into the lobster tank, that one of the lobsters come untanked or unhinged there
Yeah.
and has grabbed onto him.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
This
Screaming.
kid is screaming bloody murder.
Right.
To the point where the entire restaurant turns around.
Right.
So I spin around thinking I'm going to be a
Accident.
superhero. Or something.
Yeah,
We'll
something's
save
wrong.
This guy.
Something's wrong.
To see mom and dad sipping on the wine coolers, okay, while little kid runs around just screaming, okay, with little kid
no
chasing.
apparent reason?
No, there's no reason. Okay, he then goes to his mother. This is all true, and he slaps his mother.
No, he did not.
He open hand slaps his mother. I grab my wife to protect her from what I think is getting ready to happen with the husband. I think the table's going to turn over.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I'm just envisioning life.
Yeah.
And they don't even check up. He hits her again, and I hear this. Now, George Matthew, you need to be sweet. Okay?
You need to be sweet.
And I look up and said, I check.
Check. So you
I
call
gotta
for the
get
check.
out.
Okay, check. I need to get out of here because I'm end up saying something. Because George Matthew's still raising Cain.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I mean, he's running around like a pterodactyl.
You mean he's not being
attached to him.
nice?
No, George Matthews just I mean,
pterodactyl
it sounds like Jurassic Park in the restaurant. Okay? And nobody cares. Nobody gives two things about it.
Right. Yeah.
Okay? I'm getting upset
You
here.
good at it. Good
Okay?
at it.
No.
He's doing a lot of editing today. Tearing him apart.
I am. So
Tearing him up.
they talk about how cute he is. He goes, no, that's yeah, whatever. So George Matthew's story ends with us just leaving. Just
Right.
give me the check. Meal's ruined. I'm leaving. Because this goes on for like 15 minutes.
Right, I
They
gotta
don't
go.
care.
Give me the
Whatever.
to-go box.
We're eating dinner the next weekend outside by a curb of a busy street.
Okay.
And out comes this love couple.
Okay.
You know, she's 26, he's 58, and they've got a 3-year-old, right?
Right.
Okay. And little 3-year-old's running around like he owns place and he whatever. He goes sprinting out, going into the street. There's a car coming. So I go into Garowski save mode. I sacrifice my body, cut the kid off.
Right.
Look up. The dad looks at me like I'm crazy. The mother never knows because she's like taking selfies in front of her car.
Right.
No, that's true. She never checks up.
Right.
Okay. And I'm looked at like I'm an idiot for trying to help the kid from getting injured. And I begin to think, what's going on in our life? And then it dawns on me. When I was a child, the men in my neighborhood chewed Red Man tobacco.
Yes,
Correct.
sir.
They drank past Blue Ribbon.
Right.
Yeah.
And they smoked Winston Reds.
Correct.
Okay. Now, they were terrible dads. Okay. They were awful men. Okay, just to see, they were awful men.
Right.
But their kids didn't raise hell. I'll tell you that. Okay. All right.
That's one thing they got right.
They did. I will say that straight up.
Now,
That-
years
that
later,
didn't
you had to
happen.
deal with them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's lots of therapy going on with those guys. But let me tell you what they didn't order honey nut sage beer and peppermint vapes. Okay, they weren't that way, and it's affected our men.
You're right.
Okay, it has. You can't order I don't even drink beer. Okay, and if I did, it wouldn't be lime cooled Spitzer Leafs beer.
Right.
From Jamaica.
Right.
It'd be one of the top 4. Give me an old Milwaukee.
Right. That's right.
I mean,
That's right.
you know what I mean?
School.
Yeah.
And that's what the problem is.
Right.
If you're going to kill yourself, smoke. I mean, if you're going to vape to kill yourself anyway, smoke. Be a man about it. Man up and light one. All right? Seriously. Let's don't vape and act like you're doing the best of us, the green way to smoke. No. Light one. Let's go.
Right.
Same way. If you're gonna chew, put Red Man in.
Right.
Get something
Beach
in
nut.
there. Yeah. There you go. Something like that. That's what's killing our kids. It's not the kids' fault. It's the parents' fault.
Yeah. Right.
Straight up.
And you say that it's because the men are over there drinking honey nut. Instead of honey nut Cheerios, they're drinking honey nut beer,
Yeah.
and they're vaping.
Exactly.
Okay.
They're not men. Now, again, let's go back. The guys, the dads in my neighborhood that were doing that, they were rough dudes.
But we had an orderly. But hey, our teams and our neighborhoods were very
short
orderly.
tails tucked in, yes sir, no sir.
Yeah.
No screaming and carrying
I
on.
told you, I grew
Now,
up.
again, most of these guys are still in therapy.
And if
for
they
bad
told you to
times.
be, if they told you to be quiet, you hushed
Oh,
up.
yeah. And if your neighbor told you to be quiet, you should.
Oh,
No,
yes,
it
sir.
happened.
Any
Oh,
adult.
I had
Any adult.
dads in the
Hey.
neighborhood say, "Hey, cut that out right now," and I would
No.
do it. Yes, sir.
My dad told me very clearly, you are guilty until proven innocent.
Yeah.
How about
That's
this?
the way we live.
Our dad got on the entire neighborhood for setting the woods on fire. Do you know what the phone calls he got from the other parents? A thank you.
Hey, let me say
You know
this.
what they said? I hope I can whip your kid one day if he needs.
If I'd have stood up and said, George Michael, sit down, shut up, zip zip zip. I'd been behind cuffs, stuff.
Oh, yeah.
police call.
I wouldn't have spoke again.
You know, I'd been done.
Yeah.
Wife had been crying. They'd put everybody in therapy.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'd be the worst guy in Birmingham, probably the country, for asking George Matthew to sit down and shut up, so I can enjoy a dang
we
taco.
can eat.
I just want to eat a taco without anybody nothing.
You thought you
That's all
could
I'm
have
asking
for
for.
a taco.
I'm
for
not.
crying out
Listen, I'm
loud.
not at some 5-star restaurant. I'm just trying to eat a taco.
Not a 5-star restaurant. I just want a taco. Well, there it is. Wow. The latest installment of What's Eating Scott Garowski.
Boy,
You feel better, buddy?
I feel much better.
He's eat up, too.
He is. Just tearing you apart. We'll be right
Tearing him
back.
apart.
More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is the Rick and Bubba Show. What's Eating Scott Garowski? Installment number 2 has ended. And so getting your feedback on that, thanks for that. Appreciate it very much. All right, so we still have today the Wednesday Bible study live on our YouTube channel at noon today. We continue the new series, What Does It Mean to Be a Disciple? Also, Olympic update from Chris Wood coming up next hour. Will of Meat in play today, tomorrow, or Friday. All right, let's talk about candidco.com/Bubba. candidco.com/Bubba. There's a specialist for just about everything that we need. And when it comes to tooth movement, orthodontists are the specialist. They are the ones you want to be dealing with. And when you talk about these invisible, comfortable, and removable aligners that candidco.com/Bubba offer to help you straighten teeth that need to be straightened from the comfort and the privacy of your home, or you can go to one of their studios if you'd like, if that's what you would prefer. But the bottom line is this. They're going to have you an orthodontist that is going to deal with you. There's some competitors out there, but they use general dentists, and that's not the expert in this field. Now, general dentists have their own expertise, but it's not tooth movement. And that's where you need an orthodontist. So be sure you're with candidco.com/Bubba because you'll deal with an orthodontist. The same one will lay out the plan based on your situation and will be with you through the entire process. These aligners, you'll see the full results in about 6 months, but you're going to start seeing results much sooner than that. So if you're not confident with your smile and you think, this is the option for me, I think I'd rather do this than braces, maybe at your age or for whatever the case may be. Go to candidco.com/Bubba. Use the code Bubba. We'll get you $75 off, and we'll also get you teeth whitening for free. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so Scotty G is out, and we'll continue to let that segment. We'll try to find the proper frequency on that, and until and we'll see how long it continues. Now we move into another thing, and this is yesterday. This I almost said 9/11. This January 6th, is that what it is?
Yes, January 6th investigation into the riot that happened at the Capitol building. And, it's already been marred with politics, Rick. We were going to have a commission look into this. We were going to have it be bipartisan with Republicans and Democrats. And the Republicans that were assigned to the committee, Nancy Pelosi, as Speaker of the House, has in her rights to reject any member being put on this. Mm-hmm. Although it's never been done, my understanding is. Never. Mm-hmm. She rejected 2 members that the Republicans wanted on there. In protest, the other ones declined to go. And Nancy Pelosi then handpicked 2 Republicans that she felt like were sympathetic to what she was trying to do and put them on the committee. So it's already got a political lean to it. Well, that started yesterday. We saw the testimony from several police officers, and we also heard from several other members on there. And you may just want to play the clip now. We'll see Adam Schiff, who was this his actual testimony, or was this later on CNN?
This is on CNN, and he's it's kind of bizarre. And you can talk about when he was at the hearing, but here's what he said to CNN.
What was going on?
It is remarkable when you think about 9/11 and the horrific attack on America and American democracy that day. And the amount of investigation, the amount of attention, bipartisan, that was rightfully paid to it, it is just when you step back and try to kind of remove the politics from it, just on a purely historic and national security basis, it is kind of stunning that we're in this position where it's now a politicized, it's seen through the lens of politics if you want to know more about what actually happened.
Well, that's exactly right. And of course, you could have made the same point after 9/11. Do we really need an investigation? Because don't we know what happened? Don't we know that Al-Qaeda attacked us and they used aircraft? What more is there to learn? Of course, there was a lot more to learn about why this happened and why we weren't able to stop it, and what future threat was posed by Al-Qaeda, and what reforms and changes we needed to make to our intelligence collection and collaboration among agencies. And we approached that task in a bipartisan way. Now, then, like now, there was some initial opposition of the Bush administration. They thought the commission might report negatively on how they didn't stop 9/11 from happening. But there were enough people of goodwill in both parties to overcome that and come up with a bipartisan product. But that Republican Party that was willing to do that in 2001 and 2002 is not Donald Trump's Republican Party. Had Kevin McCarthy been the leader then, there would have been no 9/11 commission. There would have been, an effort to persuade the country that, it didn't happen, or it's overblown, or who knows what.
One of my problems with any hearings that Congress has, okay, and this is across the board for all of them, very seldom are they actual hearings where we're trying to find out something.
Right.
Usually it's a dog and pony show where we already have our mind made up, and we're trying to make the other side look like a bunch of idiots. And the other side's going, we already got our mind made up. We're going to try to make you look bad. And it's just a dog and pony show. That's what that turns into. It's not really investigating. They're really not trying to find out anything. And this one looks to be down the same road with Nancy Pelosi stopping some people from being on there. And she said, this was her excuse, they voted not to accept some of the election results. So they're tainted. They already have an opinion, and we can't have them on the committee. Well, guess what? The Republicans that Liz Cheney, most notably, you put on the committee, voted to impeach Donald Trump. So aren't they also tainted the other way?
Yeah.
See, but no, they're fair and impartial. But wait a minute. Right. That doesn't wash. It doesn't wash.
And what do you think about Schiff's bizarre comment that if McCarthy was here at 9/11, we wouldn't have had a 9/11?
Totally has nothing to do with anything going on.
And a lot of January 6th compared to 9/11.
Yeah, and that's where a lot of the families of 9/11 victims are like very insulted by the comparison.
That's because that's where we start making ridiculous comparisons.
Right.
To try to overstate what we're saying, because what we're saying nobody's really buying.
Right.
So we're trying to drum it up. We're trying to make it a little bit bigger.
Which is the tactic of the day.
Look, what happened on January the 6th should not have happened. It was a riot. It got out of hand. And and here's the problem. Some of these people like Jim Jordan wanted to know why we were not prepared. That is a legitimate concern and question in these hearings. Why were we not prepared? We had intelligence. We had time. Why didn't we put up extra barricades? Why didn't we bring in the National Guard? Why didn't we bring in the D.C. police to help out the Capitol Police? But none of that was done. See, that all leads back to Nancy Pelosi. She's in charge of the security at the Capitol, being Speaker of the House.
Well,
just like he pointed to George Bush. They really didn't want to talk about it because it might reflect bad on George Bush. Right. Guess what? Nancy Pelosi didn't want these people on here, and they won't even let the investigation go that way. All this is to try to make Donald Trump look bad again.
Who they're obsessed with.
Which he has been impeached twice. He's not in office. What is the deal? Look, that's... Again, and I think they're just trying to change the narrative off of the failures that the current administration is having every day at the border and on COVID and all these other things. I mean, it just looks suspicious. And Rick, they're up there crying. Oh my goodness!
Top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Six minutes past the hour. How do? From the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport, it's the Rick and Bubba Show. With Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. Picking and cheering is our Rick and Bubba intern. She's taking your phone calls. We'll get to phone calls this hour. An Olympic update from Olympic correspondent Chris Wood. Also, we welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, he's glad to be here, and he appreciates you being here, too.
Well, if you have that deal, you know, where you have something that's coming up and you got to deal with it, and you know that the odds of it going well are low, and you're not even delusional about it. But as we said, if you think about it just being awful, maybe then when it's just bad, it doesn't feel as bad. And I love my wife with all my heart. I just love her so much.
Disclaimer. It's a darn good arrangement.
Oh boy! What the blessing and value she is to me is you can't. There's no words of how appreciative I am. I'm not in trouble, but I know what's going to happen because right now we were cutting up last night, and we, the two sons that are either home or live near us came by. We do a little Tuesday night Bible study together with the boys, and we're cutting up and laughing. We had big laughs, had our dinner. We just laugh. Taco Tuesday. And I'm thinking to myself that this wonderful, wonderful atmosphere and environment we're in right now is going to go and die this weekend because we've got to help Big Love move into his apartment. Yeah. Sherry and I, that's the reason why I try to do as turnkey as possible. I'm a turnkey guy.
Right.
And the problem is this is not turnkeyable, what we're doing. Now, I have turnkey the main part, stuff that you need movers for. But where it's all going to go and crash is there's still things we have to take over in the truck that are kind of like some stools that go over here by this, the kitchen area for the bar there to do homework, eat, whatever. There's something to put the TV on. It's a little stand to put the TV on. Remember I told you the other day, there's some little patio table and thing you put out there.
You got to have that. Right?
And then there's all kinds of little, it's what good stuff that goes in the bathroom, trash cans, this kind of stuff. And so I think that we'll be okay if I will just shut up, okay, and not get.
That's difficult, Rick.
I know, and not comment when I think something is illogical or why are we doing this. If I'll just be quiet. Now, the other place where there's no way that we can survive, because we have not won a game in this category. We've never won. She and I are carrying something that requires two people. We have no wins in this area.
Oh no!
It goes south 100% of the time, and the reason why?
Well, you're not professional movers,
right? Well, and don't forget, there's the height difference. There's nothing we can do about that.
Equal but not same.
Yeah, equal but not same. My wife is not very tall. I am not tall, not the tallest of the tall.
Much taller than her.
But I am a foot taller than she is. At one time, being 6'2" was considered tall. It's really not anymore. But I'm much taller than her, who claims she's 5'1". And I've heard her even go to 5'2" before. But so when you're trying to pick something up, the way she needs it to be carried and the way I need it to be carried.
What's going to be on an angle?
Yeah.
If
you're carrying a couch, Rick, it's like this.
It's like I'm sitting in a chopper.
That's right.
No, you're right. Throw a flight of stairs in there and say,
oh yeah. So
you had stairs.
So what happens the whole time is that I'm doing it wrong. Okay, and that you know, I get this. Hey, you're about to knock me over. Okay,
Slow down.
with the table, and then I get, well, come on, you know, and I'm like, well, baby, I mean, where's this? You know, if I'm trying to line up the crosshairs and get it where it needs to be, and then of course there's I want to pick it up higher. She needs it to be lower, and then when I get lower, now my lower back's is in a strain because now I end up doing this. Take
Yeah.
those little steps.
The Tim Conway steps.
And now I'm down here when I want to be up here.
Yeah.
And so I keep thinking, is there anything we'll have to carry? I mean, it's like
Rick, have you ever tried those
there's
straps?
one big box that could be problematic.
Have you seen those straps they show on TV where you carry stuff, and it's like magic how you can just pick
we
up
have
heavy
them at the
stuff?
house. We've used them.
They work good
to move the boys in and out of apartments and all
Does
that.
it help the size?
It does because they got different arm slots. You can slide.
See,
them
that
in.
may work.
So here's what I think.
Or you could just hire a professional to do it.
Yeah. Well, here's the good news.
That's what I tell my bunch.
Yeah. Here's the good news. There are pros that are bringing in couch,
the biggies.
the
big items.
So if I could draft them and say, hey man, could y'all get this right here too? And you know, hey, big tipper, just need your help. Okay. Just this is all to. I don't want to be in a fight with my wife, and anybody can help that from happening. I'm in, because it always starts out this way. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. Rick, please don't say anything. Please, just it's okay. She doesn't mean these horrible things she's saying. Okay, you know that she loves you. She's just a little irritated right now. She knows that you do have some intelligence, and so because then if I get to the point where I eventually will say, well, I don't know why we're doing it this way. This makes zero sense. And then now I'm monologuing.
Yeah, that's on.
Yeah, so I've got to keep from monologuing, and I just need to say, no matter what, I love you so much, and I'm so thankful for you, and there will be a moment. And I know because I've seen it in the past. There's been times that I thought that we would never be the same and never speak to each other again, and that this day would never end, but they seem to. So there's going to be a moment. I know I'm going to be back in this truck, and I know I'm going to be headed back to Alabama. And
you prefer it be with somebody who loves you.
Yeah. Well, look, I will tell you right now, I'm discussing separate cars. Because I'm looking at the stuff we need to put in. I think it's going to take two cars to get it there.
Yeah.
And now that works. That
land there.
Right. And now
that helps a lot.
Because that way, no matter how it goes, I got 2 hours and 20 minutes to myself.
Yeah.
Well, Rick, think about this too.
You don't like cooling down period.
Right. Think about this, because
it just never goes well.
You know,
if I would just shut up.
We have things in our life,
Get frustrated,
and especially in the life of a couple,
right?
That
It'll be real hot.
That are
Rick.
stress points. You know, that are triggers. You know, we use that term.
Us moving at this new term, that's our trigger.
So
we can't move.
You picked a good cool weekend to do it.
Yeah. Nobody,
it's gonna be 1,000 degrees.
No tempers there.
Yeah.
But you know, my thought
1,000.
is avoid the stress points, avoid the triggers, and just let a pro do it.
Well, and it sounds like for
with
the big items, you do have a pro.
We do.
Okay.
So I'm not now,
so, but the smaller,
let the pro get all of them.
And I'm not going to comment. I'm not going to comment on where anything needs to go because I really don't care.
Yeah, you don't care about that part. Just get it in.
I don't care if they put the refrigerator on top of the couch.
Sherry cares.
It ain't my problem.
Sherry cares, and I'll just say, see her. Now, I've got bad news for Big Love. He's not going to have a say in it either.
No.
Even though he will be the one living there.
Just move it when she leaves.
Let Sherry put it how she wants it when she leaves, and you rearrange it.
I've called him.
Avoid the stress points.
I've called him off to the side, and I said, now come Saturday. This apartment will be fixed the way Mama wants it, period.
Yeah.
Do not say I don't want it that way. Hey,
Tell her it looks great.
And whatever
what
you
are
do,
the chances of her coming back by?
Right. And whatever you do, I said, now Brody had a little bit of ground because he's paying for his apartment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't. I'm telling you, she's got it locked and ready for you to be reminded that when you start paying for your own apartment, then I guess you'll have more to say.
So don't even go there.
Yeah. Now apparently, Brody still didn't have anything to say either, and his apartment is the way that his
You're
mama.
Still on the air.
But his mama did a good job with his apartment. His apartment's great. She knows what she's doing. She does a great job. Fantastic job. It's just getting everything in, and me getting hot, and me getting ill.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I need to be well fed.
Rick,
you know what I mean? I don't need to be pressing on lunch.
No.
You know what I mean?
Every dime to let the experts do.
Well,
So
but Bubba, I know what you're saying, but he just has different little items you just miscellaneous stuff.
Bubba, I'm with
Stress
you.
point.
No,
Stress
Bubba,
point.
Bubba, I'm with you. 100%. If I put my hands on any of this stuff that we have to put in, it's because they said no. or we got to go.
So you can say I got a truck full, guys,
Hey,
and
guys,
I got money.
I need you on here too. I'm gonna try to make sure that there's never a scenario that Sherry and I together are carrying anything into that apartment and trying to get through that door.
Well,
I'm gonna avoid the only way it would happen is somebody says we had no choice.
Rick, I look
there
at
was
it
no
like
way
if-
out.
well,
I'm
you
gonna- here's how the playoff is. The professionals, would y'all grab that right there and
While you at it.
and Sherry put it where she wants. Just get it into the area that she wants. And look, I got some bags in my hands. I got all that. Would you get that right there?
Oh, I got the basket.
And then so that's option one. Option two, Big Love and I will carry it in.
Yeah.
I just don't want to move anything where I'm on one end of it and she's on the other. That's where it really goes south.
Yeah.
It really goes south. And she'll just twist it out of nowhere. Well, it's got to go in like this. Hey, you broke my arm.
Yeah.
And you're breaking my arm. Well, why are you holding it that way? And then here we go.
Yeah. But Rick, we have the best of moment where you wouldn't help her with the kitchen
Yeah,
table.
see, I can't have
and
that
she
happen.
started trying to do it herself, and it fell on her.
Yeah, that was bad.
Yeah.
Well,
the pros do it.
You ever had your wife mad at you with a big old knot on her head?
Rick, if there was a bridge in town and you kept hearing people were falling off of it into the river, you probably wouldn't drive
No.
over it.
Well, I'm gonna try not to go down that bridge. I promise you.
Yeah.
Unless they
Take
say
another bridge.
Unless they say you can't get there
Take another bridge.
without crossing. I'm just gonna avoid that scenario.
Yeah.
And I really got to work to do that. It's gonna be extremely hot.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
brings me to my knees.
22 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. All right, so we are searching for Chris Wood.
Our correspondent is missing in action.
We have no correspondent right now. He was scheduled to be on for this segment. Speedy has been unable to find Olympic correspondent Chris Wood.
Are you sure he doesn't think it's 9 o'clock? Because it wasn't at the time we did it last time.
Do you think he confused? Like thinks that's his timing?
I don't know. I'm just
I'm just talking about him. I'm talking about him.
Yeah,
I mean, don't act like
that's
not
a possibility.
possible.
Is he on Tokyo time?
That's a
I
possibility.
mean, too much Psaki?
Right.
I mean,
right.
who
Who knows?
knows?
That's good.
That's right. Is he sitting there right now, ready to have teriyaki chicken? I love Japanese food, and I know what we have is Americanized Japanese food, but I sure do love it.
I like whatever it is.
Yeah, whatever it is, I like.
Yeah, I was just gonna see if I get a sleepy hello. Hello. That kind of thing.
No,
so you don't think if you're in Tokyo, you go out to eat, they do a little volcano?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think that happened. I think that's something we came up with over here. We'll do that.
Yeah,
we'll take something.
Well, look at how we do Mexican food.
Mm-hmm.
I went to Mexico. It wasn't
No.
like Taco Bell. I much prefer Taco Bell, as a matter of fact.
Right.
Boy, it was really it was bland, and then they put a lot of hot sauce on it to make up for it.
Can I tell you though, one of the most
Just my opinion.
One of the most delicious meals that I have ever enjoyed is Sherry and I. There was this option. You know how they have these excursions on a cruise, and we went on a cruise for our honeymoon. And one of the excursions, which of course I was locked and loaded on, because I don't like to be on vacation and then be tired. You know what I mean? Vacation is about relaxing.
Right.
For
should
me,
be.
those are my favorite vacations. I'm glad that now my kids. I know there's still hope that one day. There's still a chance that grandkids could pull you. But if I could never go to a theme park again, I'd be perfectly fine with that. And especially at 1,000 degrees.
Yeah.
But been there, done that. It was great. But I like the kind of vacations now where you actually go and just kind of chill. So this excursion was a boat ride out to a private island that the cruise company owned. And then when you hit that island,
like Freeport.
Yeah. And when you hit that, I forget what it's called, but when you hit that island, they've got a pavilion where they're making food over there for you. And they had just caught fish, and they were over there cooking the fish and preparing it, and they had the corn tortillas to go with it, and all the sauces and all the stuff, and they were making these fish tacos. Man, I'm gonna tell you what, that was about as good as you could get right there. It was so good. But it was
Rick,
it was nothing like
see it. I can taste it.
It's not on the menu at Taco Bell. I'll tell you that, and it was good. Greg is standing by. Greg, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Greg.
How are you? Speedy, it's fine. Greg, go ahead. Greg.
Hello.
Hey, Greg. Listening to 96.1, Starkville, Mississippi. You're on.
I'm the fire chief for the East Tuckahoe Fire Department, and I need to know if I need to be on standby this weekend.
I've looked over the moving process. I only see one issue that could, actually two, and one of them is pretty light. So we had a situation when we were preparing for the shindig down at the farm that involved a table, and at one point I just picked it up myself and went over there and put it against the wall. And Sherry's like, "Well, that I said, see how quick that worked there. Sometimes it's better just to let me have it." But there's one big box that is in the back of my truck that could potentially lead to a scenario that I will try to avoid. Like Bubba said, that the two of us would be carrying it in.
Trigger.
But just kind of be available to me.
Okay.
If I need you.
We can provide, streams of water for cool down purposes or
would you
anything
mind
like that,
Could you set up water shooting on me as we go in and out of the apartment? Like as I come across that parking lot that I'm sure will be I could fry an egg on. If y'all could just have a misting there I could walk through or something like that.
Yeah, we can set up a water curtain, to protect the heat shield and all that.
Yeah.
So
Well, at our house everybody knows if you want Daddy to get ill, let him be hot and can't get cool, let him be hungry, and let him be sleepy. If I'm hot, hungry, and sleepy, I am an impossible human being.
Yeah.
I'm like.
What is that? Snickers used to call it.
Yeah,
You get that
that's
way?
right.
What is that?
I need to have a Snickers with him. Of course, it'd melt.
Yeah.
But
I mean, running the floor.
But thanks, Greg. I appreciate that, buddy. Now, hey, it's going to be fine.
Why do you keep calling him? I'm interested. Like you've
Yeah.
called
Do you-
like
do you-
10 or 15 times. Do you think he's going to go, man, he's called me 17 times. I better answer this time.
What do you think? Do you think something different's going to happen?
Yeah, I do. I do. It's like trying to find my wife.
Right.
You know, it's like that one last time she answers, and
Yeah,
she just
well,
saw
usually-
the phone light up and that last
Right.
notification, and she's like, "Oh, I didn't see it. I'm sorry." I'm just thinking maybe he got on with his day. There's some couple. I hadn't woke up yet.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I think that's what it is,
Could be
by the
I'm
way.
in the shower and I've just lost time, or it could be I've completely forgot. But it's something. So I just keep calling, hoping something will change.
I'm going to guess.
I know that's a little delusional.
I'm going to guess that Olympic correspondent Chris Wood, either A, has his time wrong,
Mm-hmm.
B, has the day wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's one of those two.
Right.
He either
I think he's going to say, I thought it was 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
All right, so just so I just need to make
Bubba
certain of
expects
something.
him to surface at 9.
It is live. It is Wednesday, correct? Just so
Yes.
I'm not delusional. And it is 8:28 a.m. Central
Yes, it
Time.
is.
On the live show,
All right.
yes.
Because his last text to me was 8:20 on Wednesday.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure
out of
I'm not
curiosity,
crazy.
when was his last text?
It was Monday.
He's forgot.
Monday afternoon as we planned everything. And then I texted him this morning and I said call the hotline at 8:15.
He didn't respond to that.
Or he hasn't watched 1 ounce of the Olympics and he has nothing to say.
Or this is too much pressure and he's pulled himself out like Simone Biles.
That's true, Rick. That could be it.
I have asked Adler because they're friends, and I
That
said,
could
when you
be
can't
it.
find Chris, what do you do? And he went,
Right.
So that wasn't good.
That's not good. That
No, that
means-
wasn't good either.
That means you just wait it out.
Yeah.
Be a minute.
Yeah.
You know, back to the Simone Biles thing, I saw a headline. Piers Morgan has come out and said, sorry, Simone Biles, but there's nothing heroic or brave about quitting because you're not having fun. You let your teammates down, your fans, and your country.
Well, Pierce can stir him up.
How about this? Everybody say goodbye to Pierce because he will now be canceled.
Well, he's been
Again?
he's been canceled about 3 times.
Don't forget the attack on him, Greg. You know what the attack on him will be? Mental illness is not a joke. Of course, nobody's
And
diagnosed.
he's a racist.
How about this? Nobody's diagnosed, and he's a misogynist. Nobody has diagnosed Simone Biles with any sort of mental, true problem other than she is struggling a little bit mentally. That's not the same thing.
No.
Bottom of the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. Our first phone troll of the day. We haven't even had one yet. First one. I say, hey, mama, this is Mr. Rhythm and Blues. Somebody say it. All right, so every line is available, all 10 of them. You can make a comment. You can ask a question. You can bring information to the table. We're still in search of Olympic correspondent Chris Wood. No luck so far, but we'll continue that. We think he may be still asleep. 866 We Be Big. Time for you to come in here. You're controlling the show. We take this show, we hand it over to you, and then you decide what topics we will now discuss. 30 seconds a pop. If you don't get a timeout, the 30-second will hit. But there's only 2 timeouts, so those will be used sparingly, and then when they're gone, they're gone. But we will move the line quickly, and there's a lot of opportunity for you to get in right now. If it's ringing, hang on. Picking and cheering is working through them. Quickly, MyPillow.com, 0% financing is now available on all orders over $50. Their premium bed pillows, the one that started the whole revolution, $29.98 right now. That's the best price they've ever allowed on their premium MyPillow, and they are fantastic. So right now, that's $40 off the normal price. Giza Dream bed sheets are buy one, get one free. 6-piece MyPillow towel set will be the best towels and washcloths you've ever owned. $44.98. That's a $65 savings. And then, of course, also you want to look at the My Slippers that Bubba and I love. Those are great. They're 40% off right now. And remember, if you compile and add to your cart and get over $50, you can finance any of that at 0%. That's free money. So use the promo code Bubba where it says radio listeners at MyPillow.com. Also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Let's start. John is in Birmingham. John, you got 30 seconds on Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys.
Hey, buddy.
I got 2 things. Beth Mowins on the inside pitch, they fouled it off the other day, and she said that they fouled off the Jimmy Jam. And
that's fouled off on the Jimmy Jam.
Have y'all seen the show on Amazon Prime, I believe it's called Uncle Tom? It gives you a history of
I've seen it.
The Democratic Party and how they pretty insightful.
Yeah, that's the one that Larry Elder put together, right? It's really good.
You mean the leader in the polls to be the next governor of California if they have a recall election?
It's a great documentary. It's worth a look. It really is. That was off the old Jimmy Jam, Greg.
So if
Beth Mowins was my color commentator, the real Greg Burgess.
If it's an inside pitch and you jam somebody and it's a Jimmy Jam, if it's down and away, is it a Terry Lewis?
I would call that a Terry Lewis down and away. I tried to take that one out of yard.
Little time reference. For
a little time there. Jack Colbin, go ahead.
Yeah, I've got a horror story. I used to be an independent contractor for a big box store. We had to go to classes, and one of the stories we were told that one of the customers was having a shower installed, and she was a bit of a handle, so the contractor thought it'd be a good idea to write some things about her in the glue that stuck the shower to the wall.
Oh, boy.
And the first time she used it, guess what showed up in the steam? All the cuss words and the bad things that the contractor wrote about the homeowner.
Oh, no. Oh, buddy. Man. Mac in Tuscaloosa. Go ahead, Mac.
Hey, if y'all could add anything to the Olympics, it doesn't have to be a sport, what would you add to the Olympics?
What would we add?
You mean
fans in the coverage of it?
There you go. You mean any event they would have to do?
Yeah, an event. It doesn't have to be a sport. It could be cleaning beer. It could be changing tires. If you could add anything to it, what would you add?
Sir, you're describing the World Games.
Yeah.
I'll
tell you, a pit crew
That's coming in
competition.
2022.
A pit crew competition might be good.
That's good.
See how quick you could change 4 tires and fill it up with gas?
I know Greg would go with an eating contest, but I don't want to see that.
I know.
Oh, no.
I don't want to see that.
You
don't
want
Joey
Chestnut to get a gold medal?
How about it used to bother me? It bothers me more now than it used to.
Yeah. Yeah, I would like something that involved the releasing of wild animals.
Oh, that's good. I like that.
Yeah. Is fishing a competition in that?
You know, the World Games
or the Olympics?
No.
Like bass fishing, like we haven't. See that? That'd be an easy one to add.
What if they said, well, they're all out there. Here they come. Bubba, your favorite.
All right, release the wolves.
The rabid wolves.
Oh,
now, is it like bull riding to see how long they can last? Okay.
You know what? Bull riding might be good.
I like getting from point A to point B. Like, maybe the wolf will chase you. He may not. He may just go over and pull around. But you got to get from point A to point B, and whoever gets there first.
What about this? What if we don't do bull riding? We do running from bulls, like through the streets.
Yeah, I love that.
Like
I like that.
Okay.
Because that's right in there releasing
Because
the ball.
basically the last 3 people don't get bloodied win the medals.
I like it.
And we love the running the bull.
Oh, and some of the highlights we'd have, y'all.
Oh gosh, with the Olympic colors.
Yeah. Let's go to Brian.
It'd be precious. I'm tuned in right then.
Me too. Brian, welcome.
Hey, buddy, what's going on?
You are right now.
Brian? Hey, okay, you hear me good? Hey, Bubba.
Yes, sir.
Hey, when you showed enough shire down on that pontoon, does it torque to the right or left on that tune?
You know what? I can't tell any difference.
How about that?
I hear you. Okay. I got one on my bridge crane I'm replacing a tune on. But anyway, all right, I just want to figure out. I didn't have the internet.
Thank you, buddy.
But I'm going to pan down after done.
Thank you, Rick.
Yeah, so far so good. We'll see.
Let's go to Tom in Tuscaloosa.
I don't know if y'all know replacing a tune is rather expensive.
Rather expensive.
How about
Tom,
that
go
log?
ahead. 30 seconds.
How about your log?
With all these pro teams changing their mascots, Guardians, whatever, can we just go ahead and get rid of Gamecocks?
Yes, I'm sure for someone it's bothersome, and not so much the mascot, but just the play on all the mascot deals there.
Mm-hmm.
You should have.
I hate we don't have that rivalry we used to have.
Well, I was going to say that if you want to see funny signs,
and you want to see it carried to an extreme,
bring back the rivalry between Troy and Jacksonville
How about
State.
the 1980s?
Yeah, bring back the 80s when the Troy State Trojans took on the Jacksonville State Gamecocks.
Yep.
And let the signs begin.
Boy, the signage.
Oh, boy. My goodness.
The screen printers, there was nowhere they would go, we can't print that.
Creativity was at its
off the
highest.
chart.
Oh, my goodness. It really, really was.
One of the parents to one of Tyler's teammates, he had the huge gamecock that he found at like this.
Did you just use the word hugest?
Yeah, I stopped it. I stopped.
Well, you didn't stop.
No,
you
I
said
stopped.
it. You said it. It came out.
I rephrased it.
There you go.
But at least I edited myself.
You did.
But it was a big gamecock. All right, and he was so proud of it.
Right.
And he went and put it down in Cocky Corner, which is where the students were in right field, and it became their little mascot. And that thing was huge. You could just see it out there.
It was the hugest.
Everybody would just pet on it, and it was give us good luck.
I got nothing to say.
I don't either.
It was a big gamecock.
Greg, you want to weigh in?
I'm going to leave it alone.
I really hope Chris Woods calls real quick.
There's 2 words that don't need to be in there. Petting. You know the other one.
Hey, Speedy, do me a good favor. Go call Chris Wood again.
Yeah, it was as big as a person.
Oh, great.
Go down the hall and call
It was as big as a person, straight up.
I will tell. I will tell you this. Can I tell you? And I've said this when
It could see over the fence. It could. It was tall.
Why does this?
It was a huge.
Why do I not have maturity on this yet?
I know. There's certain areas of a man's life that we never grow.
What are y'all talking about?
Helms, there's no growth with that. You got to get it.
Rick, we couldn't even watch the launch of the Blue Origin. We couldn't even get get through that.
No, we couldn't. Well, there's
it ain't even left the launching pad. We already had so many jokes out there.
Can I tell you one of the funniest? And this is not anything off color. I mean, it's one of these things you can say, and then everybody go, "Well, yeah, that was creative," and then you don't have to expand on it or anything like that.
Sure.
But I've told y'all before because I played at Troy, and I remember coming out on the field for the Jacksonville State Troy game, and I just start laughing hysterically. There's this huge sign over on the Troy side, and it said, "We win 99% of our games when played correctly."
All right.
That's excellent.
And I said, "You know what? That's funny."
Yeah.
Wow. That's funny.
That's good.
You know what? That's pretty good right there.
I guess you had to see it. I mean,
No, I got
it was.
No, we saw it.
We saw it. It was big. He donated it, I think, to the team.
We'll come back. We'll take more of your phone calls unless we find Chris Wood. But if we don't, your phone calls continue right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Chris Wood. So we don't have. We don't know what happened to him. We don't know where he is.
Look, I tell you what we're going to do, Rick. If he don't call before long, we're going to send the German judo coach over to find him. Have y'all seen the way he fires up?
Can I tell you something? The way what's happening with our athletes these days, and the judo coach for Germany.
Wow.
And the way he gets the female judo champion ready to go. Wow.
Rick, he shakes her violently and then slaps her before she goes out.
Yeah.
Now that's you expect that from the Germans getting fired.
I mean, he takes her by whatever. What is the gi? He takes her by the gi and just does this and goes pop pop. Two slaps, and she's like, "I'm ready."
She's fired up.
Rattles her.
Yeah. And she said that it wakes her up. That's what she said.
She said,
I bet it does. I bet it does.
I wonder what Chris would think of that.
Look right here. All right, look,
we're
right here.
showing it. Okay.
Picture this. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if any of our coaches did
She's
that?
ready.
Huh?
Okay. All right, Adler gambled. I like it.
Yeah.
It was quick, Ad.
It was quick.
Living on the edge.
Living on the edge. Living on the edge.
Let's
go.
go ahead.
What'd you say, buddy?
I was just wondering if y'all happen to seen the Greek sports announcer that got banned from the Olympics.
Oh yeah.
Did y'all cover that?
Yeah,
I didn't know, but I'm out of the loop.
He was the Korean won the ping pong match, and he was wondering. He said it was amazing because he don't know how he follows the ball because his eyes are really slanted.
He didn't say that.
Yeah,
he did. Yeah.
He did not say
Yes,
that.
he did.
And I thought Greg might not repeat exactly what he said, but he just plowed right through.
This is a story out there.
I'm not
for sure.
I'm just.
I think
repeating the
Scotty
news.
G has empowered Greg.
I do too.
Yeah, South Korean announcer.
He didn't say that.
Yeah, he did, Rick.
Yeah.
Almost verbatim.
South Korean announcer got in trouble too for opening ceremonies. What he was saying about different countries.
Yeah, I heard about
Having
that.
fun.
All right.
But this guy here, but what
world? What world?
physically,
what world
he's
is
just
he?
saying the guy must have some real skill, is what
Yeah.
he's saying.
But what world does he live in now?
I know he should have. I mean, didn't even have to cover that. And then when they give him the pregame speech, hey, here's things you can't say.
Yeah, you would
I mean,
think-
we don't even bring that
Yeah,
up.
you wouldn't even mention. Now, I'll tell you what you don't want to say.
You know, the only thing about this German judo coach that might be better, I thought they had David Hasselhoff that helped coach their team.
That's funny.
They love that.
That's good right
He's
there.
the man.
There's a coach Hasselhoff.
To Knight Rider
Jimmy
himself.
Jam.
To the phones we go.
When they've had him in dodgeball, that may have been the funniest, just caught me off guard moment
Yeah, I
I've
love
had in a
stuff
while.
like that. I love stuff like that. Leah, go ahead. You're on the show, Florida.
Hey, I was just wondering if you guys have more enlightenment on the DeSantis right to sue social media.
DeSantis what? I'm sorry, I couldn't understand you. DeSantis what?
The law or the bill he passed for the right to sue on social
Oh,
media.
yeah. Yes, we did. Yeah, we did. We covered that. I don't know what is that official now? Is that done?
I don't, has it been passed in Florida? I know he was proposing it.
Well, I know that he proposed. I'm just wondering. I have a group on Facebook, and of course it's Trump affiliated. It's the Adorable, the Horrible, and they have deleted everything. Somebody hacked my group.
Oh, I
and
see.
Deleted all my members and all my information and my site.
So yours has been hacked, and you're wondering, is the law in effect now? I don't know the answer to that. I'm sorry, Leah, but
Right.
yeah, well, it's. I mean, we've repeated it over and over again until.
Well, it's he's taking control of an issue in his state that's not directly covered by the federal government.
Right.
I'm sure it'll be litigated. Just like in Texas, Greg Abbott has sent the National Guard to the border. They are arresting illegal immigrants coming over that the ICE people won't arrest.
Right, because that is the federal government is supposed to do that for the states, and if they're not going to, then the state says, "We'll just enforce it
Well,
ourselves."
I think he said we're going to do it and make them tell us we can't, or try to stop us. And part of it is they're not doing the mandated COVID protocol to people coming in that they're requiring the Texas citizens to do.
See, that makes zero sense. Yeah, and then don't forget, to make that even harder to understand, then we've also told Cuban refugees don't come to America.
Mm-hmm.
So
if you do, come through Mexico.
Hey, try to make all that work. I mean, that's that's a tough one. Let's go to Justin in Athens. Justin, go ahead.
Morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
I stumbled across this a couple of days ago. I don't know if y'all talked about it yet or not. The Ryan Greenwood and Greg Burgess podcast.
Yes.
Man, that is owning me right now.
Yeah, it's guys. What's the name of it again?
Off the air.
Off the air.
Yeah, off the
You
air.
almost forgot.
Yeah, that if you haven't had a chance to listen to some of that, them talking to the people that have been involved in Rick and Bubba history and getting a behind the scenes perspective, it's I've really enjoyed listening to it myself because some of it I'd forgotten about.
Yeah.
There's one in the can
Well, it's
fixing
like
to be released, I think, and it's got a good one. It's a good one.
Oh, I know who it is. Is it the one I think it is? Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. So
it's almost like they forget they're talking to. It's like almost like they forget they're recording themselves.
Yeah.
They have to catch themselves every now and then. It's hilarious, man. It's owning me.
You mean kind of like this show? But yeah, when Greg's on it.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you haven't added that to your Rick and Bubba repertoire, you need to because it's very interesting to hear the perspective of people other than just members of the show that were part of all the history and the things that happened. I mean, they talk about how contracts were done
Business
and all
end
this
of it,
business.
yeah.
End. It's really it's called Off the Air, and it's available wherever podcasts are. Let's go to Steve in Albertville. Hey, Steve, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, am I crazy or do I remember you guys having a character way back in the day called Shoestring? He used to have a theme song that said, Shoestring, you ain't got no money. Y'all remember that?
I think you asked the question, are you crazy or did we have a character Shoestring? I'm sorry.
Crazy
I'm
right
afraid
now.
you're crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that didn't happen.
I think he confused it with Underwater Man.
Right.
There
Yeah,
you go
Steve.
again.
Are you sure it was us, Steve?
We've all done this,
Probably
Steve.
not.
You may have blended us with another show that maybe throughout. Maybe you listened to other shows and us as you were kind of and you've blended
I
it.
was in like 4th or 5th grade riding to school every morning with my cousin, and we listened to your show every morning, and that's where I remember it from was when I was a kid.
If
It's been that long since I heard it.
All right, if that happened, and that this is very possible, we don't remember it, and that's okay. That doesn't mean it didn't happen. So so you may still not be crazy.
Maybe some of the callers can help us out with that.
And what was the song
Or
again?
maybe they know what show. I don't remember the whole thing. The part I remember was Shoestring, you ain't got no money.
Okay.
That's the only part of it I remember.
Oh, that's speedy.
One more time, just see if it'll bog.
ring a bell.
One more time. You have been listening.
Shoestring, you ain't got no money.
Everybody, Shoestring, you ain't got no money. Check 'em. Maybe we did.
No.
I don't. Huh?
I don't think so.
How do you know?
Rick, I would have known if there was somebody named Shoestring on the show.
Is it possible that we did something and just found that song and started singing it on there, and it never was a reoccurring? Now that's possible.
There's no
So right now,
sparks at all.
I want to start doing it now. I mean,
know,
it's,
it gets in your head.
The shoestring ain't got no money.
Hip.
I want to hang up like he was totally crazy and then say when we come back, Shoestring.
Next segment, reporting on the Olympics, Shoestring.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm gonna lean on my hand.
We'll take anybody to report right now.
Well, guys, if
I guarantee you, he's asleep.
Yeah, he is.
Oh yeah.
But
Ain't
you
no
think
doubt.
about it. I want you to think about it. So we have done an estimation, and we may be off, that we have done as far as new shows somewhere around 6,000.
Oh, I think it's more than that.
Yeah, as far as if if you think about the years and whatever, and if you think about now, that's not 6,000 hours. That's shows. Right. So then you get into how many hours that is, and then how many minutes that is, and how many callers, how many suggestions, how many stories. It's a lot to Sooner or later, the warehouse says we don't have room. We got to move something out.
Yeah,
and maybe Shoestring was moved out. I don't know. I tell you what, we'll find out pretty quick. Is there's an audience out there that might know? All right? Let's see.
Rick, I'm showing over 7,000 just
Is that
for
it now?
27 years.
Oh my gosh! You know what I've done? I always remember the count like at 25 years. Rodney in Alabama. Rodney, do you remember this at all?
I don't remember you guys having it, but now that is an old country song.
Was it Country Song or It Ain't? Maybe.
It was Mel McDaniel or somebody sang it way back in the day.
Can you sing it for us?
No, sir. No, I'm not falling for that.
Veteran.
Ain't falling for it.
Shoestring ain't got no money. I wish I knew what the next line was. Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a great day. You got more Rick and Bubba. Lord willing, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 7.5 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Coming to you from the Rick and Bubba Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. A brand new hour is underway now, and we thank you for being here. Wednesday Bible study back today, noon Central Time on the YouTube channel. Willa Meek could spin at any time and go to the contest button and win a VIP trip to the World Games 2022 opening ceremonies. All right, so as we start an hour, let's welcome back Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to have everybody. Thank you for sharing a few hours with us each and every day here on the Rick and Bubba Show.
A couple of inconsistencies going on. It was good that we had our Cuban friends on the show yesterday because they once again talked about even if you decide you want to go start doing business with Cuba again while they're still communistic, all you're doing is sending money to the ruling class. And just this whole concept that we must understand about the ruling class, since apparently we've got people in government seats here all over our country, nationally and in states that want to be little kings and queens. Governor Newsom, again, busted on inconsistency. His own son has been pulled from a summer camp because he's been photographed indoors with no mask on.
Oh, no, the shame of it all.
You got to pull his son out of there. And then as DeSantis down in the free state of Florida keeps talking about, Helmsley's talking about because he still has school-age kids, these mask ordinances. And as DeSantis is saying, he says if we end up, federally, this mask thing tries to force us to put kids in masks at school, he says if they do that, it will not be based on science. And this is the part that is confusing. But if you pay attention with the far left of our country, there's no consistency, and we talk about this being an emotional worldview, because even when they say follow the science, you get your nose out of that Bible and you follow the science. The science rules. The word expert. By the way, I don't think I'm going to have this new thing. I don't think it's unreasonable if I'm a person. Now I'm doing what? Well, experts say. Could you tell me what made this person an expert? Who are these?
Yeah.
What's this? Who are these mysterious experts? Who are they?
What's their qualification?
And I may look. You may say this one right here, and I may hear his or her credentials. I say you're right. That is an expert.
That's an expert if I ever seen.
But we just toss.
But two experts can disagree.
Right. Yeah. We found that out.
That doesn't mean it's an absolute just because you're an expert.
Right. So back to the original thought. Remember, when you say things like mask and children, the science does not indicate that. But remember, this is the same worldview that had a biologist stand up in a conference classroom setup. Was it in Utah? It was either in Utah or Oregon. I can't remember which one it was. To me, those two states are the same state to me, and I know they're not. Just like some of y'all think Alabama, Mississippi's the same. I got it. You know what I mean? Yeah. No,
it's just a line, right?
But some people think that. You know what I mean? But anyway, if I was one of them, I'd go, yeah, Alabama, Mississippi, they're the same state to me. Okay, I understand that.
Yeah.
But anyway, in one of those two states, and this was about gender, and this was a scientist that had no spiritual worldview, was agnostic, everything, and even said, look, this is not about the Bible. I'm just telling you as a scientist, there are only two genders, and they are distinctly different. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
And then all
they got up and started walking.
And then they all
out.
got up and started walking out of the conference room. So even when they say follow the science, and the science doesn't give them the answer they want, then they're against science.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So there is no follow the science. What they're saying is go find somebody that confirms what I want to be true.
Yeah, right. Follow the science that fits my narrative.
Right.
And bring that science to.
And you'll find one.
Yeah. Because if we said we're going to adhere to you, we're going to say what people believe in their personal lives they can go do, but all the rest of us is going to have to be science. Well, unfortunately, then when science doesn't give them the answer, they say, well, no, that's not good science. Let's
find one that supports what
when it comes to man-made global warming, it's only scientists that agree with what we say. The others are crazy. When it comes to gender, only the scientists that say what we say count. When it comes to the pandemic, it comes to COVID, only the scientists that go along with our narrative can be heard from. The others are canceled. So it's really not about, because like Bubba said earlier, science was intended to just be science. And sometimes we have scientists say, now, look, in my test, I'm getting this result, and in my test, I'm getting this. But really, if you cross-reference what I'm saying, what you're doing, at one time we thought that, but, the longer we've gone with the science, we really need to do this. That doesn't take place anymore. Mm-mm. And so we find this with the mask ordinance. First of all, we don't even know, according to Fauci himself, whether the run-of-the-mill masks do anything at all. Okay? We've heard that because of the virus is so tiny. Mm-hmm. We also look into the world of children under 12 and children in general, and we don't really see an issue of anything dangerous. And we still haven't had any cases that we can confirm that a school child gave the virus to a teacher. And the last time I checked, they told all teachers to get vaccinated. Or there's teachers that probably have already had COVID that have antibodies. So why the mask thing would not just be an individual decision by an individual parents on their individual child as opposed to a blanket mandate is beyond me, because it's certainly not about science.
And that's what they're going with right now, from what I've heard, just in the community. But they're also getting a lot of pressure from the liberal parents, that the leftist on, hey, go by what the CDC put out yesterday and the day before, and then we're seeing cities. We saw Calhoun County, we saw Birmingham making these decisions based off those guidelines, and so you're going to start seeing more and more of this. We're closing in. We've got 2 weeks left, and kids go back in school. So
timing is perfect.
I'm already prepping mine for, hey, look, you're probably going to have to wear a mask, just because I don't want it to be a couple days before and then we have to go through that. Yeah. And we're even talking about possible alternatives if that is the mandate that we have to go by. Yeah. So we started that discussion last night as a family.
Rick, I sent y'all a meme yesterday dealing with all this. Mimi. It just hit me so funny. It said, if you want me to take the vaccine, mail it to me. I'll vaccinate myself and mail it back with the paperwork stating that I'm fully vaccinated. You trust me, right? Just like mail-in voting.
Right. It's true. Yeah.
That's a good one.
Yeah, better have your vax certificate. Now, do I need my ID to vote? Nah. Just let us know you've been vaccinated. You better have that with you.
Yeah.
It's all lunacy.
Here's the other thing.
None of it, and I'm not saying that there's not, you just can't trust anything, because they're making information, whether this is right or not. None of us can discern when we get good information or bad information, because it all is treated the same.
Yeah. And here's another thing, and they may be prepared for this, and probably are, because we just went through it. But I have also heard parents say, I'm not sending my kids to school like that. We were planning on sending our kids. Now we're going to do the homeschool thing through the school, because they are giving those options now. But you had to sign up for that weeks ago or months ago even. And so now that's going to change everything. So all these people that made the decision that they were going to come to school in the fall based off that particular scenario that we were facing is now different if they change it. Right. And so now you're going to have them having to go through this process again of, now all these classes you had them enrolled in, now they're going to have to be set up for online. I don't know how they.
Well, here's what
did it 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
Well, here's what I don't get. It's just, and Babylon B said this. Why do anything this time that we did before that didn't work? And the plan should be those that are at risk, they worry about their health. Everybody who's had it or had the vaccine, they live their own life.
Rick and Bubba.
Everyone should be able to afford blossom from down the line. Friend of people who ain't my kind. What is that? Oh, Lemon says I have been removed. All right, so as we make our way back, Bubba, did you know we're supposed to have meteors tonight? Have you seen this?
Is it here? Can you see them here? I know in England you could see them. I didn't know where we were going to see them.
In jolly old England.
Passing through a asteroid belt or something?
Yeah, something like that. I mean, I thought that was your area. I thought you would be ready for this.
You throw me a curve there because I know we have one that always happens about the beginning of hunting season. Because I remember seeing those, and they're a little scary when you're out there by yourself in a tree.
Yeah.
And there's another time of year we see them, but this one, I saw that story, but I thought it said England.
Sky watchers this week get one of the few opportunities this summer to see a meteor shower, or actually two, and it says known as the Southern Delta. I don't know what that means. And it says
say Delta, did you?
Delta different. It's called the AQUARIIDS.
I'm sorry, I'm out of the loop on that one.
Says that it will produce 12 faint meteors per hour on average in the southern sky. While the Alpha something will offer only about 5, but some of these could be bright enough to light up an entire sky, according to the American Meteor Society. So they're
watch it.
I mean, I don't know. Somebody's saying USA.
Yeah, I'm kind of out of the loop on it. Let me ask you this, because you haven't mentioned it, so I don't think you've probably seen it. We have it as video clip 8. Did you see the Queen's sidewalk explode? Speaking of meteors, talking about a fireball. Adler, if you've got 8, show us that, and look at this. This guy's walking down the street. Look what happens to him.
All right, so
completely out of the blue. Watch this.
Oh my goodness! Wow, is he engulfed in all that?
No, he knocked him down.
Good night.
A little stun there. How about that?
What in the world?
That's a fireball, isn't it? Look, it's just an average day. Everything's cool. And I'm trucking down through here. It's all good, you know?
Yeah.
Wow.
And is that Queens, New York?
Yes.
Okay.
So,
man.
So what?
I don't even know what caused it. I saw the clip earlier.
Don't we need an update on why the sidewalk blew up?
Yeah. You know, yes, Rick. Yes, I think that's a fair question.
I'd want an answer. Yeah.
Yeah. Why did the sidewalk blow up like a meteorite hit?
Somebody said Satan just came home early.
Yeah. I know.
Okay, Rick.
Well, I mean,
see.
Slam the door.
Been to the city lately?
Massive plume of smoke and flame shot up from the ground as we saw. And it says here some kind of gas buildup. Let me see.
Oh, yeah.
You better watch that. You don't want that to happen.
Yeah, that's it.
Good gracious alive.
Can't blame cows for that one.
No.
It's Queens, New York.
Let's see what we got.
Man, that was a serious fireball. You know,
yeah, it was, Bubba. You're walking down the sidewalk.
Fireball.
You know how I am.
That's a fire right there.
You remember the great Rob Rawson used to say, you want to get Rick's attention, you better have a ball of fire.
Okay, that was an expert's opinion, but the safety of I guess board in New York City said that it's under investigation. They haven't released the exact cause.
So is this guy okay?
That's a fireball.
Look, he's looking to see if he's burned. You see that?
Yeah.
He was smoking.
Watch how it knocks him. I mean, it knocks him.
Yeah, it knocks him into that fence. So.
Right there, he's down. Now he's trying to get on his feet.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he doesn't know what's happened. And he
I mean, it has to stun you. And he's like, "Hey, am I on fire?"
My goodness.
Yeah. Okay, here we go.
My goodness. My goodness, Isaac Hayes.
Yeah.
Okay, this.
It's a wonder. If he had any hair, it was singed it off right then.
I'll guarantee you that. Look at him.
He looks kind of like Speedy. Yeah, he says we say.
Okay, it looks like here.
Anybody's ball Speedy. Especially if they have a
underground transformer explosion.
Bubba,
we got a vault.
I don't know.
Greg, that's your area.
It's ugly.
It's right outside the T-Mobile store.
So that's his underground power.
Yeah, they crawl down that vault.
Uh-oh.
Good thing you ain't in there.
You know, you usually don't see them explode like that.
Oh,
he was badly burned.
Something happened.
Yeah, hospital.
I bet he was.
Well, I bet he is. Look, so now his shirt's sticking to him. See?
Dang.
Oh man. Oh, that's his skin.
Had to peel it off.
Ooh. Oh, his skin's coming off.
Okay.
Watch him. If he's got a new video now. Walks that ain't further. Look. See, that shirt's sticking to him. Look top of his head. Skin.
Oh, stop it!
I told you.
You sure that wasn't a mask?
I don't know.
You think I have skin?
Well, somebody said he's okay. He had a mask on.
Rick. Let me say this: if he
edgy real quick in this hour,
he's been remain hospital.
If he is okay, it's a miracle.
He's got a mask.
He's got a mask. He's good.
Hey,
in 95.
It's a miracle if he's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. He's burned.
Yeah.
Golly. Talking about wrong place at the wrong time.
Oh. To Mark, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show, Mark. What's on your mind, buddy? Mark?
Yeah.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I wouldn't say loud and clear, but we do hear you.
Oh, okay. I had you on loudspeaker. I didn't want cauliflower ears.
Well, I understand that.
Mumbling, too.
Look, we all saw what happened to Speedy. Go ahead.
Hey, I think we need to open up a Rick and Bubba law firm. What do you think about that?
A Rick and Bubba law firm? Well, like what would be our specialty?
Yeah, we were just talking
It's
about that.
special be because in 10 or 20 years, we can have an ad saying, if you or a loved one has taken the COVID shot, you may be entitled to legal compensation. Just call the Rick and Bubba Law Firm at 1-800-COVID-19, 1-800-COVID-19. We'll all get rich overnight. And you might have listeners who want to join in on us.
You know, no, because when you get it, you sign that paper. They've already passed something that you can't sue.
Really?
Oh yeah, the drug companies are not liable in this.
Yeah.
And you know, another thing that's causing people issues that I keep hearing is, why hasn't the FDA gone ahead and okayed this, taken it out of that emergency authorization? Because we've got how many millions of people now that have taken it. We ought to have a pretty good indication that it's okay or not.
I believe
right?
the vaccine people are calling for that.
Yeah, I bet they'd like for that to happen.
That would knock down one of the barriers to a lot of people.
Well, it goes back to the fall of the science. I mean, you got to trust people at some point. Here's the FDA over going, so, but the FDA don't know what to do this time. You know, notice they're not. They just won't quite reach out there and hug it. Will they?
Well, they won't put that final stamp on there because I don't know if they know if they're clear from legal problems.
Well, in all fairness, maybe
the
the way
drug
we
makers are, by the way.
And I wouldn't have a problem with the FDA saying, well, you know, we didn't follow the normal protocol because we were in an emergency.
In a hurry.
Yeah,
we normally don't do
what
that.
it is.
The rules are stated that way. Until
We
you
don't-
change the rules, it's considered unapproved.
We don't give our brand, we don't change the way the standard of the brand, but we all did what we had to do in the situation we were in.
Yep.
And
don't blame them.
But I wish that was you on TV.
Yeah, we're talking about on that horse.
Where at?
The guy on
Which
the
one?
horse that's riding by shooting things with an arrow. I would have given anything for that to be you. We'll come back.
Hey, me too.
Your phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll jump into a full-blown phone segment, unless Chris Wood calls.
Still looking for our Olympic correspondent.
We got a new contest right now.
May have hit the Psaki too hard.
Where in the world is Chris Wood? He may have dropped out. Like Simone, I don't know. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Let's go. Have you ever thought about kind of like the caller said, I'd like to get in business with Rick and Bubba? Well, there's an opportunity to do that. Put together a marketing plan with us over all the Rick and Bubba platforms. Have you ever thought about that? How do I team up with Rick and Bubba? Well, you can do that on the local level at any Rick and Bubba affiliate, or if you'd like to go national, if you want to do that, just email Rick and Bubba at syndicatedsolutions.com. Rick and Bubba at syndicatedsolutions.com, and let's put together a marketing plan over all of our platforms where you can take your product, we can try it, and hopefully we'll love it, and then we'll start telling everybody about it. So Rick and Bubba at syndicatedsolutions.com, and you can find that under contact at rickandbubba.com. Bubba, would you wear Pizza Hut streetwear?
Pizza Hut streetwear.
I know how you love Pizza Hut.
If you think about it, I'm already wearing it.
Yes, sir. Nice volley over here and down. There are people wearing looks like sweatsuits, and it looks like they're dressed in Pizza Hut
Do they have
attire.
a picture of it? I was trying to find
do
it.
you
Are they on
wait-
the second page?
does-
okay.
Can
I get it.
Can I ask you a question? Does it kind of looks like the Pizza Hut, kind of checkered tablecloths?
Right.
Would you?
Looks like a NASCAR team sponsored
It does.
by Pizza Hut.
It does.
Doesn't it?
So you'll know this, I think. Does Pizza Hut still have the barbecue pizza?
Rick, I'll
Didn't
be
it go
honest
away?
with you. Our local one that we used to eat at here went away, so I haven't had a chance to dine there as much as I used to.
I guess you can still order one. I'm not sure.
I'm sorry.
Most pizza places have that option now, so I don't think they got rid of it.
Really?
Yeah,
I
but
just-
theirs
boy,
was
I'm used to
Was it
being
superior?
on that buffet.
Let me tell you, right there, locked into it.
Oh, we got down at that buffet one day and caused damage.
Yes, yeah.
You know,
that
I
maybe
would
when
try
I
to.
shut down. I don't know.
I try to make friends with somebody in the back, so I knew when the barbecue was coming out. I would even sit there and act like I wasn't going to eat yet. And then when I
Wait
saw
on the
the
barbecue.
nod, hey, there I went.
And you get the whole thing.
Well, I wouldn't get the whole thing, but I get a piece.
Look,
Too.
I think me running with Bubba during those days and lunching with him and trying to hang cost me my gallbladder.
May have done it. Rick. Damaged it. I was disappointed when they got rid of that buffet down here too.
Yeah.
Golly.
That was a good go-to for us.
Yes.
Stupid healthy eating put it out of business. So I don't know. Does barbecue pizza still come out on the Pizza Hut buffet?
I don't know. I don't know. That's a good question.
To the
I
phones.
bet it does.
To the phones we go.
Do you like that active wear? Would you wear that or
Yeah, I would.
Pizza Hut sandals?
I
or-
would in a second. I mean, I wear Rick and Bubba pajama bottoms. Of course I would.
That's a good point.
You know, but I love our pajama bottoms, don't you?
Yes.
They're very, very comfortable. That's got to be winter to wear them.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah, you don't want to wear them now.
You can't do it now. The picture of us sitting there, you and me in that picture right there, you'd be the one on the left, and we're sitting there, and just yucking it up, just thinking we got it. They better have. If you're Pizza Hut, you better have big sizes.
Yeah, you better.
Yeah.
And two, I mean, I'm sure it's great for them to have some merch. I'm not against that.
No,
but
we love merch.
I really want them just to focus on making pizzas. Though.
You're really concerned
really.
about that they're taking their eye off the ball.
Well,
yeah.
Stay with your brand there. What you
When-
got.
when it
but I
comes-
don't mind them doing merch too.
When it comes to a pizza coming to your door, what's your all out favorite? That's your number one. I'm not talking about going out and sitting down somewhere. I mean, it's coming to the
Rick,
door.
I don't want to. I don't want to pick favorites. I mean, I like all of them. To
So there's
some
not a
degree.
dud out there.
No, I mean, I don't know. I maybe. Well, I don't want.
There's nothing wrong with just
Domino's thin crust, even though it tears up my stomach.
Yeah, that Domino's thin is probably my favorite. Just because I started home delivery with Domino's. You know,
Right, yeah.
when I was growing up, we didn't have all these options.
Right.
That's hard to beat right there, Mr. Hams. That's a good call.
Well, I will tell you this, and that's one of the things that's kind of, and you guys have kind of surprised me, honestly. I don't eat pizza very often, but when I do, I prefer thin crust. I don't like thick crust pizza.
Pizza had
Too much bread.
temporarily they had called the Edge.
Now that was good.
Yeah,
that was good. That
it's
Edge,
basically that style, but it's better.
Yeah, it had cheese in the crust.
Yeah.
It was like a big breadstick.
I want pizza now.
The old Edge.
No, that was good.
Of course, it was limited time on it.
Right.
Yeah, but it sure was good while it was limited.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
I like pizza, but it doesn't like me. I start sweating.
I'm sorry. Yes.
I can feel the sweat.
Dehydrates me. My stomach hurts, and for some reason, I just say, you know what? You just gonna do that.
Well, how about you and I were talking about? We forget we don't have gallbladder.
I know.
I mean, the other day I was just I was like, man, what's wrong with me? And I was, and she was like, probably because you don't have a gallbladder.
Well, see, y'all didn't
I'm like, oh,
exercise
yeah.
them enough.
Yeah, you're right. Well, I don't know.
Let it get.
My years running with you, I should have gall. If that's true, my gallbladder should be the greatest of all time.
It should be iron.
Right. Let's go to.
Massage it every day.
Oh wow, that was a view right there.
Yeah.
Let's go to John in
I think
Auburn.
you were on the wrong side.
John, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How you doing?
I was massaging my spleen.
I'm doing
John?
good. Doing good. I listened to you talk about COVID, but tell me why we're in the situation we're in now as far as hospitals filling up and people getting sick.
Well, apparently the variant has come in, and it seems to be people who are testing positive. Some people fully vaccinated. Some people are not, haven't had the vaccine or the antibodies. So, apparently, now hopefully we're not going to see people that are vaccinated in the hospital. I hope we haven't seen. I don't know if there's been. Maybe there has been cases that I don't know.
It seems like the people think it's fake until they get it, until they're in a bad situation with it.
Yeah,
that's just my opinion.
Well, there's no doubt that it's not fake. That to me,
No, it's real.
Anybody
It's
that
real.
says that, I would agree. There, but now, does it warrant shutting down the entire economy?
Right.
Does it warrant children in masks out playing on the playground?
Destroying our supply
right.
chain, which still hadn't caught.
Right, and the fact that we act like people with antibodies, we don't know what to do with them, and apparently they may be the most protected. That may be the way to handle this is not shut everything down, but as one doctor who has all kinds of credentials said, we should move forward. And when somebody gets it and they are sick, we should put them on the infusion, the antibody infusion medication, or these things we do have available. He said where we're making the mistake is telling somebody, well, you must be okay. You don't seem to have a bad case, so just stay home. And then they go south about day 7, 8, somewhere in there, and now we're chasing. We just need to we need to be more aggressive with it, and that would keep people out of the ICU. So. Our approach to it is what I think is wrong. Not that it's fake. I certainly don't think it's fake.
No.
But I think our approach to it. The thing I guess I don't understand the most is we went through a wave of it, and and you said some doctors are saying, look, we learned from the first time.
Yep.
But some of it's like we didn't learn anything.
Right.
Why would we? Don't do the things that didn't keep it from getting out of hand last time. I would table those, and then I would. If we went and bought, loads and loads of these infusion, and I know at one time the problem we had, we didn't have the facilities,
the facilities, the infusion centers to handle it.
But we do now, and so, if something happens, I've got the antibodies. But if I were to come down with it again, and they said you absolutely have it, because remember, testing positive and actually having it are not necessarily the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
As a matter of fact, our numbers get slanted because we test everybody now, and this thing of testing people weekly,
that are healthy.
That are healthy. That's given all of us some numbers that are weird.
If I'm not mistaken, the WHO had even advised against that.
Yeah, because these tests weren't designed for that, right. And so this kind of gives you sometimes a sense of, oh my gosh, end of time, when really it's just an uptick, which you would approach completely different. Just because people are testing positive doesn't mean that everything's collapsing down on top of us again. Matter of fact, asymptomatic people, if you remember in the beginning, we said don't even go get tested. Only if you have symptoms should you be tested.
Mm-hmm.
And we changed that, and it kind of has led to numbers that are kind of hard to follow.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that we should use one thing I have heard one of the doctors say, and I agree with him, is that we should be more aggressive on our treatment of it when you do have it early, right out of the gate.
Yeah, we have several good antiviral drugs now, but you have to get to them early.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think that would keep a lot of people out of the ICU.
Yeah.
But really, the only two
viral load down.
the only two places to look to know what's going on is hospitalizations and deaths. The thing of number of people testing positive,
can be misleading.
That can be misleading. And I don't know, is there anybody that denies that? That seems to be a pretty accepted. This thing of we're going to test you every week and all that, it's probably not the way to go. Because it throws some information out there that may not be completely accurate. Because of the inconsistency sometimes. And the testing has gotten better, but it still wasn't designed for that. We'll take your phone calls coming back, but certainly anybody saying it's fake, I would not agree with that. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Let's go. We have callers standing by. You can join them. We're going to go with a 30-second rough cut. 30-second rough cut coming up to end the hour. There'll be no timeouts. It'll just be 30 seconds a pop. Bam, bam, bam. Here we go. First golden ticket seats. Hello to Grayson, Barrett, Josh, Nelson. Where are all the Nelsons? Right there on the back. Myra, where's Myra? Right there's Myra as well. Myra Mason here as well. Troy, Duke, and Leanne Duke are here. There they are. Annalie Wren. Annalie claims that 4 years ago that she had her picture made with me and some dude. And I said, is this your boyfriend? And she said, no. And I said, we probably will be. And now they've been married for 4 years. So there we go. I got that one right.
Wow.
Well, you know, the guy was acting like that. He just wanted to be her friend.
Yeah. It was 6 years ago when y'all met.
Okay.
And they've been married for 4 years.
Okay.
So she didn't even see it coming.
You're welcome. All right. So I know.
Where is he today?
I know how dudes.
He's working.
Oh, he's out there making a living, buddy.
Yeah.
He's providing for sweet Anna Lee. Ryan and Jennifer Derrick are here today. Also, Ann and Heath Plunkett, and Heath's having his birthday today. Hey,
Big Heath.
Hey, he's a ham operator.
That's right. Fellow ham.
There he is. 73s to you, buddy. Is it 73?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not 7 and 3?
No.
Okay. 73.
Is this when we embarrass you?
Just slightly.
Everybody gets a pound of BuzzBox coffee today. And all of you that subscribe and enjoy that, thank you so much. 10% of all sales goes to the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund. If you want to try yours, get a free pound by going to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors, click on BuzzBox. Just follow those steps.
Speedy, it's more of Worlds Collide.
Yeah,
Okay.
Worlds Collide.
Gotcha. Well, I just don't want to disappoint you.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, 75 to you, buddy.
No.
All right, so Dr. John is standing by at UAB. Dr. John, you got 30 seconds. Go.
Yes, sir. It's Dr. John. I saw Chris Woods about an hour ago. He was pushing a hot dog cart down University. It surprised me. He's usually not here that early. You know, he usually doesn't show up to about 10 o'clock, so nobody wants to eat a hot dog that early except maybe Bubba.
Yeah, so Chris Wood, he just didn't happen today.
No.
You still called him.
Yeah.
Stop calling.
I think I looked at it. I've called him 22 times.
Dallas.
Now I'm starting to get worried.
Dallas.
Hey, Speedy, this is me.
In Springville. Dallas, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Just going to let y'all know I'm recovering from COVID from the Delta variant right now, and I was just going to kind of give y'all a little background on the first time I had COVID. Was in early 2020. Had the antibodies, chose not to get the vaccine. Ended up getting this Delta variant a few weeks ago. Didn't know it at the time. Went to BJCC to the Deer and Turkey Expo, so I was a super.
He was giving you time. It was a rough cut. I said no time.
Oh, okay.
No rough cut for a Delta variant.
I'm sorry. I said it was rough cut. I said it was rough cut.
Did he say the Deer Expo was a super spreader?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, I think so. Well, I hope you're okay, buddy. Jonathan in Kentucky,
and scared to hear it. You had it again. That's worrisome.
Jonathan in Kentucky, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, monkey grass and green acres.
Thanks for the call, buddy. What's on your mind today? What's up?
Well, I've been listening live to the live show and to the podcast for about 8 months now. But I've gone back and listened to a lot of the best of stuff, and some of my favorite best of tracks are the Roger Lewis reports.
Yes.
So I'm wondering with the
Good morning.
Snow showing today, what is the possibility of getting Roger Lewis back?
Sadly, last we'd heard Roger Lewis had left the news business.
Right.
For something much more calm and family friendly and all that stuff. He went into resort management. He would do a great job. I wish he was here too.
Chris in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Chris, go ahead.
Hey guys, good morning.
Hey buddy.
I was gonna bring up the barbecue pizza. I actually got one delivered the other night, and it wasn't as good as the buffet used to be, and it brought up a conversation. Do you guys remember how good Pizza Hut used to be when they brought the pan to the table and you had Pac-Man in there? Man, it was like, it's so different. And the barbecue pizza that they delivered, it was pretty subpar. It wasn't good.
No, I'm sorry. Bad news.
Just a lot of stuff's not what good as it used to be.
I'm sorry about that.
It even had an echo.
Is this Chris Wood? Chris?
This is Chris Wood with the Olympic anthem report.
What did you say?
This is Chris Wood with the Olympic anthem report.
With
Olympic
somebody
report.
sit down front. What?
Olympic report.
Is that what he said?
Yeah.
Chris Wood with the Olympic anthem report.
I thought it sounded a little bit like no.
Buddy, I'm sorry that we couldn't find him today. I know, Chris,
You don't have to press this hard.
No, this is Chris.
No, okay. Speedy's trying so hard to make the Chris Wood thing happen, didn't he?
Where's Speedy?
Yeah, I don't know. Let's go to Glenda in
Almost
Alabama.
wish Nopey would call and do it.
Nearly did.
Glenda, 30 seconds. Go.
Yes, I wanted to follow up on your comment about the statistical results about the COVID
Yes.
testing. I agree with you. There are way too many people that every time they get, a sneeze, they run and be tested. But there are situations where work requires it.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
I have a son who's an actor in New York, and he's required to test every time he goes to a new set.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes that's 3 times a week.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I mean, and it's
So, yeah,
it's not.
That'll open them old sinuses up.
Yeah, and there's no science that would suggest that's what you should do, and it also leads to us getting numbers that we can't really wrap our minds around.
The World Health Organization said it. Unless you are sick,
right,
you don't need the test.
John,
just a screening, it really doesn't work that well.
Southbound I-65. John, go ahead.
Yes, sir. It's all this confusion from these here experts. If you want to know why there's so many different areas and so many opinions, you got to break it down. Expert meaning something that's no longer or has been. Spurt being a drip under pressure. So if you're an expert, your has been drip under pressure.
That's funny. Well, the thing that we started the show today with it when it was live, it's live. You were listening to it live in the chronological order. Is we don't understand how two people with equal credentials can tell you two completely different things.
Yeah. So somebody's wrong. The science somebody is broadcasting is incorrect.
Yeah.
And that's disturbing to me, who wants medicine to be at least pointing in the same direction. We got some that are 180 degrees out of phase
with equal credentials.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
Roger.
Somebody's wrong, Rick.
I know.
Bad wrong.
I lost Roger. Jake at State Farm. Jake, go ahead.
Speedy, you missed it.
Hey, a term I haven't heard lately, and maybe you guys have, is super spreader. That anytime they had any kind of big function, they wanted to pin it and say, "Oh, it's a super spreader." But and just watching TV, the sporting events. Even WWE has returned to some live venues, and you're not hearing that term super spreader. So, I mean...
Well, it's because Trump's not hosting anything right yet. Yeah. Wait till he hosts an event again. You'll hear it.
Well, yeah, I just looked up on TV, too. Look, we got a live report from what? Lollapalooza.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So they're about to do their deal.
Speedy loves Lollapalooza.
And no one's running out there screaming, no, don't. So it's...
The only places now you can have a super spreader event is in Texas and Florida. You have to have a Republican governor to attract that.
Well, unless you're a Democrat and you left Texas on a plane altogether with no mask on.
Right. Did you see them when they tried to ask if that little move was a super spreader event? They like to kill themselves.
Well, I was going to tell
Jake, to get clear of it.
I was going to tell Jake at State Farm that also may be why super spreader word has been removed.
Yep.
Because now the Democrats did what we used to call a super spreader, so you can't call it that anymore. Could be that.
Now you're a patriot.
Who knows? Just keep doing the best you can do. All right, man, but just stay the course. Press on. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber.